on both sides. And when I'm confident that the evidence will show, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. When I'm confident that the evidence will show is that this incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional. And this incident was never even thought about. It's easy to I'm sorry. Just need a second.
Not now, man. You don't get to do it now. You're not allowed to be this guy now. Don't. Oh, he's putting on theatrics. I hope this is, man, makes y'all. He's not even crying. He's putting on this big fake alligator tears.
It's easy to look at the magnitude of something like this and form opinions. I think it's easy to disregard a lot of factors. And I think in reference to what I stated earlier, it's easy to forget the other side of the coin.
That you never hit your brakes and you drove through people, killing 6 and maiming 60 others. It's the other side of the windshield, Holmes. It's not the other side of the coin. There's no two sides to this. It's what you did and what you did to people.
A lot of suffering involved in this incident. A lot.
Yeah, Ashley's using words, not saying anything.
Obviously, with the families.
Nope.
With the community. And even the alleged defendant's family as well. There's been a lot of suffering.
Still with this alleged defendant, man. 100% still guilty. Absolutely. No question about it.
A lot of misunderstanding.
No misunderstanding. Oh, sorry, I'll shut up.
And I just want you to keep in mind
that I'm terrified to go to prison.
Everything that will be presented in its totality. Keep in mind. The power that you have
to give the community the justice they deserve and give you the sentencing that you deserve. Absolutely. They have that power to send your ass to prison for 6 life terms plus 900 years. Never see the light of day again. That's what they have the power to do.
That should escape your knowledge. this has been a long process for everybody.
No, we're 11 days in to this process. It's been over a year now, almost, for the people that you killed, their families, the people that you injured, the community that you attacked. Man, it's been a long process for them. You made it uncomfortable for all of us, and long as it is, by going through all the nonsense questions and stupid like pandering that we've had to deal for you.
Is, when it's time for you to make your decision, all of you, I believe that, and I pray that it's the right decision.
Yep. Yeah, he knows he's cooked. This is his opening statement, y'all.
That all the factors are weighed. There's been a lot of words thrown out there about the alleged. A lot of speculation, a lot of ridicule. Words like demon. Words like monster. I know a lot of the time I've been before you, you see me with this mask on. I've had my reasons for that. But I feel now is the time to, it's important that you see me for who I am. No mask.
Oh, theatrics.
Who I am.
Theatrics.
I think this is the moment for that. I pray that your eyes and ears remain as open as possible. And understand that you alone decide this case, this matter. The power is in your hands. All of you. To determine for yourselves what truth is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And do we have their writing materials available? Thank you.
Here we
Mr.
go.
Brooks, you ready to call your first, would be your second witness, actually. You need a minute?
Hug the Bible, bro. Just squeeze that Bible. Hold it tight now. Now's the time to be defiant and, stand tall in the face of your, of your accusers, as it is. Yeah, he's soaking up all the grandeur of his little theatric moment here. Get it out, man. With nobody wants to see this. Nobody cares. I mean, it's almost good to see because it's like it's good to see him playing a different role. A broken,
Take
humbled
a
man.
short break.
But
I'll rise for the jury, please. We'll be with you shortly.
Share the stream, y'all. This is going to be the beginning of the end of the train wreck that is Darrell Brooks Jr. Who did what he did and is now standing trial for 6 counts of intentional homicide and 66 counts of 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run involving death. Let's keep it very clear who we're talking about here. This guy right here, this fella right here, been skating through the system for decades now, never having to deal with the full leverage of the crime or the penalty that he should be facing. He's been dancing through it all. He's been mocking the court this entire trial. He's doing everything he can.
Just confer with him over which witnesses
to get out of this.
Which witnesses are here. I'll step off the bench while you do that, and if someone can just let me know, I'll come back out in like between 5 and 10 minutes, unless I'm told to come back out sooner.
This is
Thank you.
This is the same guy who raped a 15-year-old girl back in 2006 and got her pregnant as he was pimping her out in Las Vegas. This is the same guy who shot at his nephew and his friends, got gun charges for that, beat up a woman down in Georgia, beat up his girlfriend, ran her over with the car. This is the same guy that, the list goes on and on and on. He's felony charged for suffocation, strangulation. This guy's rap sheet is as long as that face he made while he was trying to pull some tears out. And what's wild is as he talked about the reality of the crime of the case when he was presenting it, it wasn't emotional to present. It was emotional when he started getting to the last third of that delivery, which is the part where he realizes like, this is doing nothing. This grandiose moment that I have here, I took the mask off. Like he wanted to celebrate this little like theatrical moment here. Did nothing. I'm sure the jury, I would love to have seen the jury's faces there. Just stone. I'm sure that they were like, dude, no, you don't get to now. You don't get to now. You had your chance. He could have at some point been like, hey man, I'm really sorry what I did. I just want a chance to explain what happened. I didn't mean blah, blah, blah. The little things, man, they make a huge difference. But now we've got the cases in his hands now, if you will. Actually, it's in the jury's hands. But this guy is every bit as much give you, man, this is the same guy that, like I said, I put up that one little video of, this was him yesterday. This was just a quick snippet of what the judge had to deal with yesterday.
I've taken the jury out at this point to admonish you that any further mumbling under your breath or not recognizing when I uphold or sustain an objection that I will take as a disrupting interruption meant to disrupt the proceedings. I'm not holding you in contempt. I'm well aware that that's one of my options. I choose not to do it for the reasons that I've stated on the record previously. All right, you can forfeit your right to be present at any point in time during this trial by your conduct under Illinois versus Allen. When it is disruptive, when it does not follow the simple rules of courtesy and decorum, I draw your attention once again to SCR Chapter 62, which has been previously provided to you, which is under the statute there. These constant mumbling and interruptions during the proceedings. I haven't made a record of them today, but I will now. Started at 9:01, then there was 5 at 9:02, 3 at 9:03, 4 at 9:04, 1 at 9:05, 2 at 9:05, 1 at 9:06, 3 at 9:08, again at 9:17, 9:27, 10:31, 1:05, there was talking over by you at 2:03, 5 interruptions at 2:14, 2:15, 2:17, at 2:19, audible muttering, 2:31, 2:33, what I would describe as inappropriate, like muttering under your breath, 2:35, at 3:06, there was a hilarious comment, at 3:11, there was what I would describe as arguing about the muttering and the irony of it all. At 3:12, there were 4 interruptions. At 3:37, more 4:09, 4:10, more mumbling. At 4:11, twice, and at 4:12, 9 different times. So I think I've made an ample record of the disruptions today. I've been abundantly patient with you.
54 interruptions that he made yesterday. This is what he's been doing from the jump. This is the very beginning of the case. He's been doing everything he can to be as disruptive as possible and to derail the proceedings as best he can. But, you know, here we sit in this situation where he's got, he's on his own now. He's floating here. The thing even about the way he's been doing this is as he's been responding to the prosecution, they're carrying the lion's share of the weight here, you know, because they have the burden of responsibility to prove that he is guilty beyond the reasonable doubt of the crimes that are being laid in front of him. So they're doing all the work. They're asking all they're bringing the witnesses, they're bringing the evidence, and he's been able to just sit back and try to, like, you know, throw a cat onto a waterbed. You guys can quote me on that. Take it, throw it on a t-shirt or something. But now he's going to be responsible for having to not just figure out how to coordinate and organize his witnesses, how to interrogate, how to ask them the questions that they're going to get asked, deal with the cross-examination, deal with the rebuttals and objections from the prosecution. He's going to have to enter his own evidence, but then there's due process for doing all these things. Like, it's not like he just gets to show up and like dump a box of stuff on a table and be like, hey, this is all stuff that I want put into this trial here, and these are people on this paper that I need you to make sure they show up. Go ahead and do that. Prosecution tried working with him. They were like, listen, man, we need a list of your witnesses and an order in which you want them to show up. I need your schedule. And every day he was that for like 2 days. He's like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not going to give it to you. And there's a prosecution, the plaintiff, right, that he keeps fighting about, the state saying, hey, we're willing to help you, man. We're willing to give you a hand. We'll help coordinate this proceedings because they want to get it. They want to get it going too. But Darrell Brooks is being defiant up into the bitter end. But his whole take on it was, I'm not going to give you because you never gave me yours, the order in which they were coming in, right? So they were like, all right, cool. Call him on your own. Figure it out. He was like, well, how am I supposed to do that? I can't do that. I'm in jail. What am I going to do? And the judge told him flat out, well, they have a jail phone. Use that. And it was amazing to watch his face melt. Like, wait a minute. Like, yeah, that's where you're at. You're in jail. That's what these people are throwing you an olive branch of help. Like, hey, we'll help get this going, because they don't give a damn about him. They just want these proceedings to move along. But then he realized, and then he was like, well, some of these people I'm not even allowed to contact because I have restraining orders against me. To which he was like, oh, that's an astute point. Okay, well, let's go back to what I was saying about the fact that you, sir, fill in the blanks. And it's the perpetuation of this bullshit that he's been throwing out there, which is crazy. But and now he's got to figure it out. So he gave a general idea, 3 a.m, 3 p.m, yada yada yada. So he's playing towards a some kind of layout of a plan, but it's we're gonna find out here very shortly just how I want to see what
Right, thank you. Please
if he'll
be
rage
seated.
crack again. Texas Brat says, I heard I had a remote controlled taser locked and
Brooks,
strapped
have
to
you
his
found what you
ankle.
were
Oh, I don't know
looking
about the taser, but that'd be great.
I'm just gonna go with
Peace of mind is what he's looking for. Forgiveness
the
from
list
God.
of the people who's here.
Okay.
If that's fine.
All right. You know who you're going to call first? We'll have that person ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we
Wanna
go.
let us know so
Share the
that,
stream, guys. Share
They
the
can
stream.
assist with that. Otherwise, you can just call when we are in front of the jury. So have the jury brought out, please.
Some of them are downstairs and some of them are out here. So it's fine. It just will take a few minutes if they're over in the main courthouse.
Okay. Why don't you tell the state, the first witness, to make sure they're right outside the courtroom, sir?
Most likely Bertram.
Okay.
Most likely.
Do you want to give us 2 names and we'll have 2 people out there? I just want to make it go smoothly, sir. That's all.
Since I'm working off this list, I wasn't expecting that to be first.
Who do you want to call first? And we'll see if they're here.
Well, sorry.
That's okay.
Apparently, this list is who's here, I'm guessing.
That's my understanding as well. Not yet. Okay. Is there someone you expected to be on the list that is not?
Kinda.
Do you want to make a record of that? Do you want me to address it in any way?
No, not right now.
All right, well, then I'm going to instruct the jury to come out, and then you can call your first witness. You can have this back again.
All rise.
Wrong direction to look, bud. Wrong direction to look. Blessed are those who are repentant.
Thank you, everyone.
Buddy.
Please be seated.
A 4-minute speech don't do that for you now.
Or you may call your first witness. Actually, your second witness.
The defense would like to call the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, to the stand.
We knew it.
Object. The objection is noted. It is sustained. Call your next witness, please.
Reason for the sustain?
Not relevant. And you haven't named a person to go along with that.
The subpoena was accepted, Your Honor.
I'll take the issue up outside the presence of the jury if necessary. Call your next witness, please.
Well, I would like to make an oral tennis motion to dismiss for failure to appear by the plaintiff and for failure to state a claim from which relief can be granted.
I will take that up outside the presence of the jury. Next witness, please.
So is the state not present?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address that any further while the jury's present. I'll take that up outside their presence. Call your next witness, please.
Where are those crocodile tears now? Man, this is unbelievable. Y'all ain't even going to bring him up.
The defense calls Nicholas Kirby.
Nick Kirby.
Nicholas Kirby. Is that a witness who's in the hallway? Do we know?
I don't believe in the hallway, but we will have him brought over, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I believe
I'll
Nicholas
leave just a
Kirby
moment
was
or
the
two.
guy that was
I'll
with
wait
his
for that
girlfriend
witness to
when he
come
beat up
into
her
the courtroom.
friend. her bunkmate at the shelter the day of the parade attack. He was the one I think that said there might have been a knife, or that told the police there was no knife, something along those lines, when he was in the altercation where he slapped the one girl, Corey, I believe her name was, and then the police showed up, and while the policeman, I believe, was taking statements from these people, his ex-girlfriend, baby mama, child, whom he impregnated when she was 15 and was hit with charges for statutory rape of a minor, they were all giving statements. Her friend at the shelter, or the women's shelter that she lived at, and this Nicholas fella. And then the call came over the radio. Yeah, with, the crazy sounds of, people screaming, and, it's just horrific. Meanwhile, they have footage of him at that point, evading through the streets of Waukesha.
Sir, would you please make your way
dodging between
to the
buildings
witness
and
stand? It is up one riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing.
Man, this guy, now his mask is off.
Across from you, we'll swear you in.
So we'll see who this guy is. I don't know if this is who that guy was, but let's find out.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record, and then to spell each. Go ahead.
First name Nicholas, last name Kirby, Nicholas Kirby.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Your witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kirby. How are you today?
I'm here.
What do you do for a living?
Mostly temp work.
Do you recall the events of November 21st of 2021?
All too well.
And what were you doing that day?
What time of the day?
Around 3 o'clock-ish.
3 o'clock-ish. Around 3 o'clock-ish, I was walking with Corey around Waukesha.
There we go.
Earlier, well, yeah.
And made reference to walking with Corey. Who is Corey?
Corey is a friend of Miss Patterson's.
And would it be fair to say that it's also a friend of yours?
Mutual friend, yes.
In reference to Corey?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
Walking around Waukesha, she was waiting for Miss Patterson to get done meeting with Mr. Brooks. You?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but
At 3 o'clock?
one of those
Around
things.
3 o'clock-ish. Around that time, I had advised her not to go meet with Mr. Brooks.
You.
You made reference to
Yeah.
Mr. Brooks. Who's that?
That would be you.
And why would you say it would be you?
Because it's you.
You.
Because that's your name.
And you were privy to that information at the time?
Privy to the information about you about a week prior to this incident.
About a week prior.
He's like, man, I knew who you were. We all know who you were, clown.
And during your walking around, what were you doing with Corey?
He's trying to get to say he was drinking.
Like literally walking. We went from one store to walking around downtown after Erica told us she was going to be going to meet with Mr. Brooks. That would be you. I had advised her not to do it because it was a bad idea. And I was in fear for her safety.
Ooh. Ask him why it was a bad idea. I want him to object. I object to that answer. Shout out to Subway if y'all want to sponsor
You
me.
made reference
Cool.
to going from one store to another. What stores are you referencing?
Dollar General and Speedway.
Did you go anywhere else?
No.
Did you ever go to a park?
No.
Yeah, this is his witness. He's calling this witness up. Thank you, Shelly. Yeah, contributions are all greatly appreciated, y'all. Tab those stars, man. Send the stars in, hearts, thumbs up. All those are great too, but definitely appreciate the stars, y'all. And the
You
super
made
chats on
reference to
Facebook or
knowing about
YouTube.
Brooks a week prior to these events. You said
I didn't know everything about him. Miss Patterson had showed me his rap sheet, if you will, and a picture of him, and that was about it. I had heard prior
I'm going to stop the witness unless you want him to go there, not to discuss what may or may not be conduct of Mr. Brooks prior to November 21 of 2021. With that understanding, go ahead and ask the next question.
See, she needs to stop doing that. Let him ask. Maybe it's because if he does and he says something, you might be able to get that thrown out. But I mean,
you made reference to a picture you were shown.
just a photograph with a rap sheet behind it.
And at some point, did you and your mutual friend Corey meet up with Miss Patterson?
Yes.
Do you recall where that was?
Corey and I were in the Dollar General area of Waukesha, which is between East and Broadway Street. We were walking away from Dollar General towards where Erica had said that she was being assaulted and attacked.
And do you recall where that area was?
Yes.
Where was that area?
On White Rock Avenue, right across from White Rock Elementary, in front of the red apartments across from that area.
Red apartments.
Yes.
Do you know what those apartments are called?
I do not know the name. I'm guessing they're called White Rock Apartments.
And do you know if there's a park in that immediate vicinity?
There is a park there named Frame Park, yes.
Did you ever go to Frame Park?
No. We were in that area near the park where the elementary school is and the apartments are.
About what time did you and your mutual friend Corey meet up with Miss Patterson?
Miss Patterson called me and said that she was.
About what time was the question? About what
And
time?
I'm getting to that.
I'll direct the witness answer his question specifically. What time?
Honestly, around what time the parade started. I would have to say like dusk. I honestly don't wear a watch, so sorry, I don't remember the time. But if I had to put it at a time, I'd probably say about 4:35-ish.
Let's back up a little bit. Around what time did you and your mutual friend Corey first hook up that day?
I had worked that whole day, so we didn't meet up until I was done working, which was probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And at some point, you received a phone call from Miss Patterson?
Yes.
You yourself?
Yes.
And then at that point, what did you do?
When she told me that she was in trouble and she needed help, I went to her aid, which means I took off from where I was near Dollar General and ran to where she told me to go.
And when you got there, what did you see?
When I got there, well, halfway towards White Rock Elementary, I stopped a police officer at a barricade and I let him know that a woman was being assaulted in a vehicle.
And do you recall giving a description of who may have been assaulting your friend?
No,
Why not?
because At that point in time, the description didn't matter. I had the identity of the vehicle. So I told them you need to be looking for a red SUV with a woman screaming out of it.
And how did you come into the knowledge of the description of the vehicle?
Because I saw the vehicle.
At what point did you see the vehicle?
When Corey and I were walking up White Rock Avenue on the apartment building side of White Rock, which would have been my right if you were walking towards the train tracks that cross White Rock. On my left was White Rock Elementary. I walked past the red vehicle, didn't realize that she was in that vehicle. Then Corey and I crossed the street to White Rock Elementary and started walking down the sidewalk, and I heard her scream, Miss Patterson scream. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she screamed and I knew it was her, so I walked back across the street and escorted her across the street over to White Rock Elementary.
I don't think that's what
I'm just giving you full description.
Let's back up a little bit.
I don't like that answer. It makes me look bad. I object.
You stated that you had a description of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
The question was, how did you learn of the description of the vehicle at that point?
Miss Patterson told me over the phone that she was in a red SUV. Red SUVs with young women screaming for help in Waukesha.
Ooh. Tell you what, that red SUV caused a lot of screaming that day, though, didn't it?
So I'm assuming, because you made reference to stopping law enforcement before arriving to the scene. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So I'm assuming somewhere in the time of you stopping the law enforcement officer to report what you were being told, and then actually walking past the vehicle as you said you did, and then hearing this and all this, did you give a full report to law enforcement?
At the time when someone was in help and needed help immediately, absolutely not. I said there's a woman being attacked in a red SUV. You need to call for backup now.
And then you just ran.
And then I ran towards the person that needed help.
Did you at any time give a more detailed report that evening?
No, not that evening.
Did you speak with any more law enforcement that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall whom that was?
I do not recall the officer's name that showed up in the SUV coming down White Rock, in the police squad SUV. I don't even know the name of the officers that turned into Frame Park and went to the boat launch instead of where Miss Patterson and myself and Corey were.
Yeah, Bobby, you're right. This is going to be one of those gotcha moments that he's working for.
How did you come into the knowledge of where officers turned and went?
Because me, Erica, and Corey were arguing with Mr. Brooks on the side of the road of White Rock, right in front of White Rock Elementary. And the officer that I had stopped at the barricade when we were coming to Miss Patterson's aid had radioed for backup, and obviously given them description of the vehicle that I had described to them, the red SUV. That backup came, but they went to Frame Park. They did not go to where we were on White Rock.
Any idea why they went to Frame Park if you specifically told them a description of a vehicle and where it was located?
I did not tell them where the vehicle was located because at first incident, Mr. Brooks had taken off in his SUV.
in the police report, and is it fair to say that the officer that took your report was writing down what you told them?
Do you mean the officer that I alerted about the trouble in the SUV?
Let me back up. On the next day, the 22nd of November of 2021, did you speak with a detective at that time?
Yes, I did.
And during that interview, were they writing down what you were saying?
I believe so, yes, but I believe it may also have been recorded on tape. I'm not sure.
If you guys remember, he's going to try to go for the incompleteness of the statement based off of the fact that it's a summary.
And do you yourself recall stating to the detective that your friend Miss Patterson was being assaulted somewhere near the area of White Rock School?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. He may answer. I'll just caution Mr. Brooks about leading questions since it's his witness, but this particular question you can answer.
Yes, I mentioned that I had received a phone call from Miss Patterson and that she was being assaulted while in a vehicle.
At any time, did you identify White Rock School?
I identified the street, which is named White Rock, the apartment buildings, and the school as well as Frame Park.
So you did identify Frame Park.
I identified the entire geographical area.
All he's trying to do is find a way to like make it look like this guy is misrepresenting information. And if there's anything we're seeing right now is that this guy has got a steel trap for memory. He's got the details down to a point where even Brooks here is stumped. I don't really know how to handle that. That's not really what I asked, and you gave a lot more information than I wanted. So I want to go ahead and strike that because that does not look good for me. So I can't believe he's not objecting. You know what I mean? Like, I object. That looks terrible for me. Like, I object. It's a rough piece of knowledge for the jury to have when I'm trying to defend myself here. Stop talking. Yeah, Misty Rose on YouTube says, I object. My witness is making me look bad. No.
And at some point, you said you heard your friend Miss Patterson screaming.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought he was going to call someone that might help his case. This is not doing that.
Do you recall what she was screaming?
Objection, hearsay.
I said, do he?
As for the question, he's asking, did he hear? So you may answer. It's a yes or no.
I do not. Yes, she screamed. Do I remember what she was trying to say? No, I'm guessing it would be help. I'm in trouble.
Oof. Oh.
I would assume that that's what a person would scream when
and
they're
he's
in trouble.
smiling at that. He's smirking at
help.
that. This is the kind of guy that will end up, not this guy, I'm not saying anything bad about this dude, but Nicholas here would be the kind of dude that would end up in lockup with Darrell Brooks, who would get smart and snarky and start trying to play the swagger mode and get his job ruined.
The exhibit with the footage from the White Rock School available?
The security footage?
The security footage, I'm sorry.
We do. Would the state be willing to pull that out?
I want him to say no. No, he can pull it up on his own. Yeah, Julie, this guy, Mr. Brooks
I
here.
guess I need the defendant to identify which exhibit he would like us to publish.
There's 3 and 4. Door 1 and door 2 is what I have.
I'm sorry, you said
Exhibits 3 and 4 have been received. One is of the White Rock door 1, the other is White Rock door 2. I believe those are the videos you're referring to.
let's try door 2.
Okay, that's exhibit 4. Let's just put it up for the witness initially, make sure it's the one Mr. Brooks wants. I appreciate the state with their assistance. Can you see that on your monitor, Mr. Brooks? Is this the one you're looking at?
Yeah, I can see it.
I believe there's 2 clips from this, but go ahead.
Can you? This one is roughly 7 minutes, so I would need a little bit of it played, if possible.
It's been received, so go ahead. It'll be published, so everyone can see.
Well, before it's published, can you show it to the witness?
That's fine. We'll just play for the witness then.
I'm sorry, I should have said that before.
It's playing, so we'll let it go. Let us know if there's a point where you want it stopped.
Okay.
Debbie Martin, you're gonna have to help me out here. Where exactly? Which messages am I looking at? Is it gonna be?
I'm not sure if this is the video you're looking for, though.
So it might be. Think it might be door 1.
No,
It's exhibit 3.
No, maybe not. Let's watch. I could be wrong.
I was kind of thinking that too.
Take a look. Of course, none of our statements right now are any kind of evidence. We're just
Okay.
trying to get to the right spot.
Can you
Pause right now at 105.
105? Can you back it up a few seconds? Not 2 or 3, but maybe 5 seconds, 6 seconds, maybe.
It's at 59 seconds. The witness, it is on the witness stand, by the way, just so you're aware.
Okay.
He's watching it.
Can you play from there? I don't think it's playing.
It's playing.
Oh, okay. Pause right there. From what you can see in this video, do you see anyone get in or out of the vehicle that you see on your screen?
Miss Patterson has just exited the vehicle.
Just for the record, the video was played. It's exhibit 4 from 56 seconds to 1:21. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the answer.
Miss
I'm sorry.
Patterson was the one that exited the red SUV.
You saw someone exit.
Yes.
Can you rewind it back?
Debbie, I do.
You want
To
it back to 56
Oh, here
seconds?
we go.
no, to 105, where it was paused the first time.
Okay. Thank you for attempting to do that, Ms. Gussie. It is paused at 1:05. Do you want to play from?
Yes, I'm sorry. Pause.
Paused again at 1:21.
Oh, okay.
Did you see anyone from in the video that you're being shown now from about the 1 minute and 5 second mark to where it's paused right now at 1 minute and 21 seconds? Did you observe anyone get in or out of the vehicle?
I'm going to take back what I said earlier. Apparently, according to this video, she did not exit your vehicle. She was behind the White Rock sign. That's why I did not see her.
Did you see anyone get into the vehicle?
Later on within the incident,
On-
yes.
On the video that you are able to view right now, from the 1 minute and 5 second mark to the 1 minute and 21 second mark, did you observe anyone get into the vehicle?
No.
Can you publish for the jury?
You want to replay it again?
Yes.
Go ahead. We'll start at the close to the minute mark as possible.
Again, is that where the defendant would like it started?
What?
Around the 105, around that area.
105, exhibit 4.
I know we have to wait for the jury, right?
Right,
Okay.
and then you want it to the minute 21 mark again?
Yes,
All right,
if I may.
Go ahead.
And at that time, were you already en route to where you believe your friend was being assaulted at?
Objection calls for speculation. This defendant has not even put this witness at this location at this time. He's just having him testify about what he's seeing in video.
I understand the objection. It's sustained. Please establish some foundation for this witness being present at that location. For
Were you-
more information about the incident.
Were you present at this time?
We were on White Rock Avenue, but we were not in the general location of the school as of yet, as of that point in time.
So to your recollection, you didn't see anything that you're seeing right now or on this video. You did not see the day of the incident?
No, I definitely saw Miss Patterson in a red SUV that day.
Did you
At
see?
this specific time, no. Because I was down the road on White Rock talking to an officer who was manning the intersection of Hartwell and White Rock and reporting at that time.
Can we play a little bit more, if I may?
Objection as to relevance. If he wants to direct the video to a certain time that he would like to ask this witness about that particular time the witness saw that, that's fine. But he can't go through each video and say, and ask general questions.
There's only been one video that's been shown.
I'm going to give Mr. Brooks some leeway on this. The video is to be played from this moment, and then Mr. Brooks tell us when you want it to stop.
Okay, what I'm attempting to do for the record, Your Honor, is
Just play the video and you can ask your question.
all right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, these are the clips from the fight, like when you pulled up.
Can you pause it right there?
Video's paused at 138.
By what you are viewing in this video right now, had you and your mutual friend Corey linked up with Miss Patterson at that point?
How
At
was he
this
supposed?
point in time in the video, given from what I've just seen, that was when Erica was on the phone trying to get a hold of me. We were already on White Rock at that point in time. We were not near the school at that point in time, though.
So that was when you would, to your recollection, that's when you would say the phone call to you was made?
One of the phone calls, yes, she made multiple phone calls to me. I think probably about 6. I had been having issues with my phone that day, so it had been turned on and off multiple times. The final time that it was turned on was when I picked up her phone call, and she said, "I need help. I'm in trouble. Come help me. I'm being assaulted."
You just
That's
made
when I left.
you just made reference to that point in the vehicle being I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so drained. That point in the video was when you made reference to that point in the video being when you received the phone call.
Yes. A phone call out of
A-
multiple from her.
That's fair, a phone call. Would it be fair to say though, would it be fair to say that, and this is in reference to you saying that you were having issues with your phone that day. Would it be fair to say that you're not sure how many phone calls you had received that day or who they were from?
I only received 51 phone calls on my phone that day that I actually do know. 6 of which belong to her.
And all around the same time?
All around the time. She obviously didn't want to get off the phone because no one calls me 6 times in a row unless they need some help.
Can we continue to play from 138?
Go ahead.
Can you pause right there very quick?
Paused at 1 minute, 47 seconds.
Do you see in this video your friend Miss Patterson walking back in the direction that she had just come from?
I see her on the phone talking to someone, which I assume would be me, telling me where
Mr. Kirby, I need you to answer the specific question that's being asked at the moment, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, I see her on White Rock on the phone walking back in the direction she was originally.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to
Coming
object
from.
to this line of questioning unless the defendant can put this witness there. I don't know what the relevance of this testimony is.
I didn't even
The
get to that
exhibit
point.
has been received, it's been published previously.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna give Mr. Brooks some leeway here. Overruled.
At
I would like you to get to where you need to go though.
And again, if you're
That
looking
was
for
the
the
next
previous
one.
days in the case,
At
pick up
this
YouTube,
point in
TV Media LLC.
in the video, had you yet come into a range where you and your mutual friend Corey, had you yet come into a range where you can see Miss Patterson at that point?
Corey was the one that spotted her first.
Could you yourself see her at that point?
I heard her scream. That's what caught my attention.
And you made reference to that scream being heard from inside the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, because that's where she was when she called me. And I was still on the phone with her while going down White Rock Avenue. Even while I was talking to the officer, I said, I'm on the phone with her right now. I'm trying to figure out where she is. Can you please call for backup? So we continued down White Rock to look for Miss Patterson.
Would it be fair to say that in the phone call you received, she told you where she was at, and that's the area that you were generally responding to with your mutual friend Corey?
Miss Patterson doesn't know Waukesha. I knew the area she was talking about because I live in that area.
Would it be fair to say that you just testified to when you had the interaction with law enforcement that you stated you're on the phone with her right now trying to figure out where she was? So would it be fair to say at that point you didn't know where she was?
I knew that she was on White Rock. I didn't know exactly where or how far down on White Rock she was at that point in time. At that specific time, I did not know. It wasn't until I seen a red SUV parked in front of the apartment buildings on White Rock that I figured that might be the one that she was in. It was Corey who spotted her across the road.
We're paused at the 1 minute and 47 second mark of this video. It's a little hard to see houses and things of the like. Can you point out in what area the red apartment you're referring to might be?
It's a touch.
It's a touch screen, so you can.
I don't know.
You can make an arrow point in the direction if that's helpful.
I'm not good with technology, guys. Sorry. I'm a dirt digger. Okay.
No shame in that game, bro. You and me both.
This is the entrance. This is the entrance to White Rock Elementary. Across the street and up maybe 20, 30 feet, there's an intersection leading from an apartment building to the White Rock campus. That would be up here in this general corner right here. This whole area.
Would it be fair to say that from where we're paused at in the video, we can't tell if there's any vehicle parked in that general area?
You literally just played the video where the vehicle
Just
turned
answer the
around.
question, sir.
No, you cannot see it from this angle.
Will we please clear the
Yes.
arrow? Thank you. Would it be fair to say that where the video is paused now, that Ms. Patterson is not, or who you identified as Ms. Patterson is not inside of the vehicle?
She is not inside the vehicle in this video, no.
Can we play it from 1 minute and 47 seconds?
Go ahead.
Pause there. At this point, had you come into a range where you can see Ms. Patterson at that point?
No.
The record video is paused at 2:13.
I'm sorry.
All right.
13.
Keep going.
And you made reference to your friend Corey spotting her first.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Corey had said that she thought she had seen her across the street, and we looked, and we crossed the street once, and then we crossed the street back over. Then we crossed again for the final time. That wasn't until later when the incident with Mr. Brooks took place.
And at this point, walking with your friend Corey, had she alerted you to spotting Miss Patterson at that point?
She said she's over here. She must be out of his car now or something. She said something along the lines of that. So we went across the street, and there was Miss Patterson hobbling down the street with a boot on her leg.
You made reference to your friend Corey saying she must be out of his car now. Do you know, as you were walking with your friend Corey, do you know if she observed Miss Patterson being in a vehicle at that point?
She was with me when the phone call came. So I assume that when someone tells me that they're in a vehicle, then they are in a vehicle. That does not mean that they would be in a vehicle by the time I got there. I was on foot, and I wasn't walking, I was running.
This dude is not. He's not
Two-
with him. You know what I mean?
213.
Again, you think that he's going to call a witness that's going to help his case, and whatever he's trying to prove, whatever story he's trying to either corroborate or poke holes in.
Hold on, let it play.
Okay.
I don't. What's the end game here? You know what I mean?
Pause right
I don't
there.
think he even knows.
Is that 409?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say we see some individuals walking right here? Are you able to see that in the video?
Yes, I can see it.
At that time, had you come close enough to the scene where you can observe any individuals in that area?
I don't remember the people that were in that area. I was only focused on the one, and that was the one in danger.
Could you
So no,
Could you at that point observe Miss Patterson?
from my point on the street from where I was
At that time, yeah, where's paused at now?
during the parade, no.
Can we clear the circle? Thank you. We observed at some point Miss Patterson crossing over to the opposite side of the road.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes. I was on the phone with her at that point.
Could you observe from coming down White Rock Can you observe that from where you were at that time?
I was at the intersection of White Rock and Hartwell when she said that she was by some red apartment buildings.
Could you see her from that position?
No, not from that far down.
Can we play it from 409?
Go ahead.
Pause right there.
Pausing at 4:18.
418, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You see the two individuals here?
Yep,
Do you know who those individuals are?
that's me and Miss Corey.
So at 409 to 418, you were able to come into view of Miss Patterson at that point?
No, I wasn't. I was on my phone trying to call her back to find out where she was.
Can we clear this circle? Thank you. So at this point right here where the video is paused, 418, you weren't able to observe Miss Patterson on White Rock Avenue at that point?
Objection, ask and answer.
Huh?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I was not looking ahead of me. As you can tell by the video, I was looking at my phone trying to call Miss Patterson back because she was not answering her phone. That scared me. So I told Corey to keep an eye out look for her as I tried to keep calling her. When I looked up and we got past the White Rock Elementary School sign, that was when I seen her.
Would it be fair to say that judging from the video, the White Rock, let me back up. Are you referring to the sign right here that says White Rock Campus?
I'm referring to where the end of the school building itself meets the driveway or the road that's there. There's a turn-off road.
I apologize. Can we take that X from next to the White Rock Campus sign? So can you point to exactly what you're referring to?
Where that intersection is, where I just drew that little X, that intersection cuts across from the other side of White Rock to the other side and leads to a road, but also there's the frame park area there, and I believe there's a boat launch there somewhere. I don't know.
And at that point, you were able to observe Miss Patterson.
I observed her walking when Corey had told me that she had seen her. And so we grabbed her and started to leave to turn around. At that point in time, an officer was coming to Frame Park because of the report that I had given.
So you observed Miss Patterson walking and not inside of a vehicle?
At that point in time, no.
No, as in
She was not in a vehicle at that point in time when we finally came upon her.
To what end? Make a freaking point already.
So when, if at any time did you observe Miss Patterson inside of a vehicle?
When she was going back into his vehicle to get her things or whatever it was that she was trying to pull out of his car, her phone or something or whatever.
Can we play the video from 418?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we clear the X?
Continuing to
Sorry
play
about
from
that.
4:18. It's at 4:21, but go ahead.
Just nonsense. Yeah, relevance. Like what is the relevance of whether or not he saw her in or out of the vehicle? Here's going to be a trip. What do we try to say? She was the one driving.
Pause right here. Is it fair to say it stopped at 4 minutes?
What is anybody seeing in this
38
video
seconds?
that I'm not seeing anything?
Is it fair to say from the video that two people right there are crossing the road?
Yes.
I don't see it. Where?
Do you know the identity of those two people?
That's me and Miss Corey.
Would it be fair to
Maybe
say
I'm
that
just
at
missing it.
that time you observed Miss Patterson?
Yeah, Abigail.
That was when I first noticed the red Jeep or red SUV, whatever you want to call it, across the street. We had zigzagged up White Rock, going from one side to another looking for Erica. When we ended up on this side, the red SUV was parked in front of the apartment buildings. There was a tree here, and Miss Erica came from the passenger side of the vehicle around the back. That's when I heard her yell something. That's when I went over.
You made reference to Miss Patterson coming from around the vehicle.
Coming from the passenger side. So I had assumed that she had just gotten out of the vehicle.
Do you know that for sure?
If I didn't see her earlier when I was on White Rock, or a vehicle earlier on White Rock, how could I know?
Did you see her in the vehicle at that time?
I seen her come from around the vehicle. I am not actually sure if she was in the vehicle at that point in time.
Thank
I
you.
was just going by what she said over the phone.
Okay.
So my
understood.
assumption is that she was in a vehicle.
All right, next question.
Dude, this guy's blood's got to be boiling. I mean, yeah, all I see is stairs to a building.
If it pleases Your Honor, do we have a better view of this point in particular?
I don't know.
If it pleases Your
Maybe
Honor.
on Exhibit 3 might be a better view of this.
If you have a
particular part?
specific spot to direct the state to, then I will have them do that. But
Can we view Exhibit 3?
do you have a specific spot to direct the state to on Exhibit 3?
I'm not sure. It's been, I don't know how long since we viewed that exhibit.
Just
I don't know how
such a
long it is.
long time since you were trying to figure out what exactly you're going to say about something that no one else can see. Yeah. There they go, laughing at him again. Objection. Prosecution is just making a mockery of him at this point. And you're right, birds aren't real. They're government drones. We all know that. Come on. That's common sense. Yeah, man. Shout out to Nicholas Kirby, who's doing his best not to, drop the people's elbow on this dude. I get why he wears the mask now. It's a face that you don't want to look at. You know what I mean? It's a very punchable face. He's got a look about him that screams, I tripped down some steps. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. What do you guys think? What's he going for?
I'm just reviewing my notes. If there's a specific spot that you recall, I might be able to direct the state to that. But you'll have to give me a little more information.
Okay. I think that's why I was stating about the length of the video. I'm pretty sure I would know the exact spot. I don't know how long that video is. It's
Do you
towards the
think
end of it. I know that for sure.
You know nothing.
Can you ask your next question? You need to be able to tell the state with more specificity which part of which exhibit and at what point.
Well, I know the exhibit. The exhibit would be 3, and the spot, judging on the length of the exhibit, would be towards the end of the exhibit.
And you're sure it's Exhibit 3? Would it be
That would
Exhibit
be
4?
White Rock Door 1, correct?
That's my understanding. All right, so we're done with this exhibit?
Yes.
All right, turn that off. I'm going to just ask the state to just preview to the parties. We'll see if we can find it quickly on Exhibit 3.
Yes. So it's
Looks like it's 4.
about 4:14, a little over 4 minutes. So I would say around about the 3:30-ish mark. If that helps.
Well, we're gonna just show it to you in the state, and if it helps you, then you can ask this witness a question about it. Otherwise, we're gonna move on.
I would say take it back to about 3:15.
This is the footage, though, you're looking
Yes,
for?
this is the footage, yes.
Is that where you want to start?
Actually, let's go 3 minutes exactly. This is definitely the video.
All right, this has previously been received. Why don't we watch it from this point forward and then ask your questions?
But before it's played,
Don't hit that yet. Sorry. Turn it
wait
off.
for the jury.
Go ahead, tell me what you want to do. That was a mistake on our part. It's just
You
in
can
front
show
of
it.
you and the witness at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine right now.
Well, I don't want to have to play it twice for the jury. So if you're
Oh.
going to question him, let's show it. It's already been admitted.
So should it just publish
Why
now
don't
or
we
just
publish it from this point, play it, and you can ask the witness questions regarding it, okay?
okay?
All right, so it's at 3 minutes. It's play about 1 minute and 14 seconds to get from this point to the end.
So are we publishing or
Yes, we'll publish
Okay.
now. Jury, you can let me know when it's on the monitors in the jury box. That may take a little longer.
do you right now it's paused at 3 minutes. This does looking at this video right now bring any recollection of that day back to you?
Yeah.
And using the touchscreen, can you identify if you see yourself in this video? Can you identify where you are?
I'm right here.
And can you identify who the other person is that's shown on the exhibit?
That's Miss Corey.
You can play from right
Let's
there.
clear that first and then
Oh,
play.
I'm sorry. Well, before we play, could you see from right there where you are? Can you see Miss Patterson, where her position is at that point?
No.
Can we play it from right there?
Go ahead.
Can we pause? It's fair to say that we can see you and Miss Corey running towards the area of the vehicle that just stopped. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And where was Miss Patterson at this time, if you recall?
At that point in time, she had met up with Corey. Corey had walked ahead of me, and her and I were looking for her. I didn't see her right away. Corey did. And she said, she just told me she's in a red car. So that's what we were looking for.
At that time, was Miss Patterson inside of the vehicle?
I do not recall. But what I do recall is the owner of the vehicle getting out of the vehicle, and that became my primary concern.
So hold fast a little bit. We observed the two, you and Miss Corey running towards the area of the vehicle. Why such the urgency?
Miss Patterson is a mutual friend of ours. She said she was in trouble. I don't play around when people are in trouble.
Can we play it from, it's paused at 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Can we play a little bit of it from there?
Go ahead.
Pause right there. Can you see Miss Patterson? It's paused at 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Do you see Miss Patterson in this video? Where it's
Yes.
paused at right now?
Yes.
Is she inside the vehicle?
No, she is not.
Had you seen her before that?
Corey had spotted her, not me, before that. She did.
But it is fair to say that you're also in the area at
I
that
am
time, correct?
not in this general frame, no. I'm
Not-
actually outside
Not
of the frame.
not the video, but you are present on the scene. Would that be fair to
yes.
say?
Yes.
And what happened at this point, if you
At
recall?
this point, there was a physical altercation between Mr. Brooks and Miss Corey and Miss Erica. I was more worried about Miss Patterson being hurt, so I went for her to get her out of the way. I stepped between them as best I could, and I told Mr. Brooks he needs to leave. He needs to get out of here. Does not belong out here.
Do you recall
But he didn't like hearing that.
if there was a knife involved at that time?
No, that is a miscommunication. And I will clarify that. The Monday,
Hold on, there's not a question yet.
Okay.
He'll ask the questions. I appreciate that, but just answer the questions that are asked at this point. Go ahead.
Did you at any point during this altercation, did you observe Miss Patterson get back into the vehicle at that point?
I observed her reaching into the vehicle for something. I don't know if she was grabbing a purse or something or whatnot. She was grabbing something of her personal property out of the vehicle
Did you observe
while
her?
this was going on.
Did you observe her get into the vehicle?
No.
Can we play it from 3 minutes and 11 seconds, please?
Go ahead.
Pause it right there. Did you see yourself come into the frame in this vehicle? At that
Yes.
point? Would that be you there?
Yes.
It would be fair to say that you had some type of jacket on, or a black jacket.
At one
that
point, yes.
evening? What happened to your jacket at that point?
That jacket hit the ground as soon as Mr. Brooks started going for the two women.
So you threw the jacket off,
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
and
Why would you do that?
what was your reason for throwing the jacket off?
So we could whip your ass.
Well, if the court don't hate me for it,
Say it, dude.
I'm just going to say it's a good thing that there were two women in my way at that point in time.
And what do you mean by that?
That means when my jacket comes off, trouble's going to happen. Especially if you're trying to assault a woman
Again.
in front of me.
So that gesture was an aggressive gesture.
Do it, yeah.
That was a completely focused gesture.
There you go. You're not on trial, bro. You can say whatever you
did
want.
Make reference to. Let me back up. Would it be fair to say that you just made reference to trouble following you throwing off your jacket?
No, not trouble following me.
Well, maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but
I'm
There will
confused
be
by your
trouble.
question.
excuse me.
Can you rephrase your question?
Oh,
Actually, ask a question.
I'm sorry about that. You made reference to there being trouble when your jacket comes off. Is that fair to say?
Just
Yes.
say it, dude. Say I was planning on slapping the dog shit out of you. Just say that, please.
Would it be fair to say that
Mm.
that would be, or that could be, perceived as an aggressive gesture?
Yes,
You mean as in
Objection. That's for speculation.
I would have.
How it's perceived.
You're not on trial, dude. You can say
Sustained us
whatever
to the
you
form
want.
of the question.
Whatever you want right now. They're not going to hit you up with charges for wanting to
If you
knock this dude's
recall,
fronts out.
who gave the report that there was a knife involved.
That was not put into a report. That was a miscommunication between me and an officer. I had been knifed earlier that week and had 12 stitches in one hand.
Jeez. Corey is, or this
I said, now
Nicholas.
I have a friend being
history.
assaulted and I need backup here. So when the police stopped and asked if there was a knife, I said, no, there was never any knife.
He did clarify that in the
I
other
didn't
video.
have a knife. Miss Patterson, Miss Corey didn't have a knife. You didn't have a knife.
Did you get a chance to see the report that was taken by law enforcement from you?
Well, I'm the one. You mean you're talking about when I was on White Rock going to Miss Patterson?
No. The
Yeah, I don't think this dude would even know how to lie about this.
The day of November 22nd, 2021. You made reference already to being interviewed by a detective, correct?
Yes.
And had you, after that, seen that report from that day?
No.
She says, reminds me of my ex. Always blaming someone else for the stupid things he did. Settle down now. Simmer down now. Who is you? Yeah, this dude, he's like, man, hold me in contempt, because then I'll get put in county lockup with this clown right here, and then I can finally do what I wanted to do when I took my jacket off.
And you stated that the reporting of the knife was a miscommunication. You
Yes.
referred to it as?
Yes.
Did you at any time tell law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
No.
He just, dude, someone's got to
Do you
object.
know
to the
if
point.
your friend Corey told law enforcement that there was a knife
He just
involved in
clarified.
the altercation?
No, she did not.
Do you know
Well, it
if
has nothing to do with
your
anything.
friend Miss Patterson told any law enforcement that there was a knife involved in the altercation?
She did not as well. No.
You guys, I think I'm going to host a party on the verdict date whenever verdict comes through, because I think we all need a chance to celebrate this clown getting, the almighty foot of justice up the old keister. You hear that, kids? Yeah, I wouldn't talk a lot about knives, dude, because you're probably going to get pretty well acquainted with those when you make it up to state. Just saying. You play around. My mom always said, you mess around on a wheelchair, you might end up in one. So,
And how long before
keep talking about him, bud.
the incident on November 21 of 2021 had you known Miss Patterson up until that point?
Probably maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Yeah, Mark.
I want to back up to
Lockup's got a way of
Miss Patterson.
handling it.
Okay.
When she called you, did she give you a name of whoever may have been assaulting her?
She didn't have to. She was meeting one person that day, and I knew exactly who he was because she had showed me his picture and rap sheet prior. Her child's father, the father of their 15-year-old daughter, is who she was meeting up with that day.
Mind you,
And I told her multiple times, it's not a good idea. I have a bad feeling about this.
that's the girl he raped when she was 15 and got pregnant. When he was operating as her pimp in Las Vegas. Darrell
Do you
Brooks.
recall stating, well, actually, you testified to that here today. Do you recall stating that you walked past the red SUV that was parked?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say from the two exhibit videos that we watched today that you in fact did not walk past any SUV.
I most definitely
What-
walked past an SUV that was red
Relevance,
on White
objection,
Rock Avenue. Whether
relevance.
or not it was your specific SUV, it was still a red SUV.
Don't tell
Up
her.
until
Don't,
this point, knowing Miss Patterson, I didn't know anything about the father of her child. I didn't know anything about his background except for what she showed me over the phone. Anything about his vehicle description, why would she need to tell me that?
Is it fair to say that the video doesn't show you walking past any red SUV?
If the
Is
video,
that fair to say?
if the video proves that, then yes.
yeah, right. He's like, I don't care about your video, man. Whatever. You're in clown mode right now. Keep up the video talk.
In the report that you, well, in the report that was taken from you by detective, do you yourself recall stating that the alleged defendant tried to punch and push you?
The alleged defendant being you, yes. Attempted to.
Would it be fair to say from the video that it doesn't show you being pushed, or
No, it does not. It shows me pulling two women away from the situation.
any reason why you would state to detectives that the alleged defendant attempted to punch and push you?
Probably because there were three different people's fists flying, and I was just trying to get the people that I cared about out of the way of danger. So if my statement to the detective is off a little bit after watching a bunch of people get run over, I can understand why.
So
Oh,
you were at the parade that day?
see the
I was
stenographer
not
in
at
front
the
of him. She was
parade
like,
that day. I was in the area
So
trying
how
to get back to my house.
can you watch people being run over if you weren't at the parade that day?
I wasn't attending the parade. I was in the area that the parade route was in. My street is the parade route.
Did you see anyone
real quick,
injured
am I the
that
only
day
one who just noticed this person?
during the parade?
Yes, after I walked
Her?
back through that area,
You saw someone get injured?
I saw a red SUV take off like a bat out of hell down Main Street
Did
and
you
go
see?
through a crowd of people.
The question was, did you see this take place?
With my own freaking eyes, yes. How many times do I have to say yes for you to understand it? YES spells yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't know how to.
You moving to strike the last response? The jury will
What is it?
disregard
Is that a
the
little?
last
Is that contemptuous type of behavior?
response. Just going to remind both of you, please answer the questions that are asked.
This is great.
What
This
needs
dude
to
is
take
doing.
place, either Mr. Brooks or the state will ask.
He's doing exactly what Darrell Brooks has been doing the whole time, just giving it back to him. Yeah, with
Is
all
it-
freaking eyes. YES
Is
spells
it
yes.
fair to, well,
Uh,
in reference to the Exhibit 3 video that we just viewed?
You're talking about the one by the elementary school.
Yeah, the one
Okay.
the one that we just viewed,
Just checking.
which would be Exhibit 3. Is it fair to say from that vehicle? Got me.
Video.
I'm sorry. From that video, is it fair to say from that video that, in fact, there are not three people throwing punches? Would that be fair to say?
There are three people throwing hands in that video: Erica, Corey, and Mr. Brooks. Not myself. If you watch the video, you will see three pairs of hands go up towards one another. Whether one is stepping in to pull someone away from another or not, hands are being brought up.
I love this guy. I just 100%. I love this dude. He's notice who CJ. Oh, or yeah. Everyone. This guy was he's gonna get us. Just he's gonna be the dude that puts his hands on Darrell Brooks for us. When they go to the witness stand, there's a woman's head in the right corner of the screen. And I don't know if she's been in the whole time, but this is the very first time, and I don't even know how many dozens of hours we've been watching this, that I've actually seen her head.
Do you
Maybe they're just
recall
adjusting cameras like they just did right there.
where you went after that altercation?
Her.
You
In
mean
the
where
corner.
me and the two girls went? Where me and Miss Patterson
Yes,
and Miss
where-
Corey went?
Where you and
We
your two
started.
friends went? Yes.
We started walking back.
Man, I'm oblivious.
We turned to walk back the direction we had came, so taking White Rock to Main Street, and then cutting through the neighborhood there to get over to where the women's shelter was. That was where we were going at that point in time. However, things took a drastic turn when the red SUV that I have described multiple times went down the opposite direction of White Rock Avenue, across the railroad tracks and the intersection of Perkins and White Rock, and then turned back around and came back down. That is what you saw in the video here when the red vehicle pulled up on the school side of White Rock. After the altercation between Miss Patterson, Mr. Brooks, Miss Corey, and myself, the three of us, Miss Patterson, Miss Corey, we started to leave. I told Mr. Brooks, you need to get out of here. The police have been called. You need to leave. You need to leave now. You do not belong here. I did not expect.
Can you strike everything that's not pertaining to the question that was asked?
Actually, I'm just describing the entire event in its entirety.
I understand.
Good on you, man.
I'll strike the responsive being non-responsive to the question. The jury is to disregard it. Re-ask your question again.
Okay. Do you recall where you and your two female friends went after the altercation?
We started to head back in the direction of the women's shelter where they lived, where they were staying at the time.
Do you recall at any point during your travels to the women's shelter, as you referred to it, do you recall at any time coming into contact with another law enforcement officer?
Within that point in time, no. Except for the one that pulled out of Frame Park.
Do you recall at any time being stopped by a law enforcement officer on your way back to the women's shelter?
We were stopped partway down White Rock, and that was when I had told the officer, because he wouldn't get out of his SUV, I had let him know that they need to be on the lookout for a red SUV that took off back down White Rock towards Perkins Avenue, or street or road, whatever it is. The officer had asked me if there was someone with a knife, and that was when I held up my left hand, and I said, no. I said, I have 12 stitches from a knife injury on this hand, but this is what you need to be looking for, is this red SUV. And I'm guessing that's where the miscommunication of the knife came in, and I don't know where that officer went after that.
And would it be fair to say that that was the second law enforcement officer that you had spoke with that day at that time?
Yes. You are referring to November 21st.
Correct.
Okay.
During that interaction with the second law enforcement officer, do you yourself recall stating that a black guy just assaulted my friend?
No.
Any reason why the officer would report that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Rounds.
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
Did you yourself sustain any injuries during the altercation?
I ripped open 3 stitches on my hand, but that was more so from pulling Miss Corey away from Mr. Brooks so we could get out of there.
Did you report to any law enforcement? Well, I guess that would refer to the second law enforcement officer that you spoke with. Did you report that to that officer?
No. Because at the time I didn't notice it. I didn't notice my hand was ripped open again until I got home.
So it would be fair to say that you don't know how those stitches opened up. Would that be fair to say?
No, I'm pretty sure I know how they opened. My stitches got caught on the zipper on Corey's backpack. That's how the stitches were ripped out of my hand when I was trying to pull her away from Mr. Brooks and intervene between her, Mr. Brooks, and Miss Patterson.
Knowing a little bit about stitches, would it be fair to say that a wound that was stitched being reopened would cause a little bit of pain? Would that be fair to say?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained relevance.
Did you notice any blood from the stitches being reopened?
Didn't feel anything until I actually looked at it when I got home. 12 stitches coming across my thumb in kind of like a fish hook type pattern. It was the 2 over here that ripped open and the 1 up here. Or actually, I take that back, the 1 up here.
So just for the record, he's holding his left hand. He had his thumb out, extended almost like an L, but with the other fingers almost like a C. And he was pointing to his left thumb near, I would say, the middle of the thumb, and then the curve of the thumb where on the inside where it goes up toward the index finger. Sorry, I have to make a
Now-
record of
No,
all.
that's fine.
Go ahead.
So was it 2 stitches that opened or 3?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer, but then move on.
It was 3.
And do you recall what time you made it home that evening?
Absolutely not.
Was it immediately after the altercation or sometime after? Or
No, I took the girls back to the shelter, and then I started running back towards Main Street to try and see if I could avoid the parade traffic.
All he's proved effectively
And,
is that he beat up on his girlfriend, whom he had already
That's
beat
when I
up on,
saw
ran
the
over.
red
I'm
SUV
pretty sure there's a restraining order against him.
go down Main Street.
At the same time, a no contact order with the 2 of those individuals. So, yeah, where, what are you doing, man? They just, or is you just, because it's a witness, you can do what you've been doing, just ask a bunch of nonsense questions. So,
and do you recall speaking with your women friends after you had made it home that evening?
Yes.
Did at any time you indicate to them that you
Objection, hearsay.
Hold on. Let him finish the question. He was asking what he indicated
strike
to
the
them.
question? I thought that's what I said.
You can ask your question. That's what I thought you were saying too.
Did you yourself at any time indicate to your female friends that you had sustained injury during the altercation?
No.
Objection to relevance.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
Because he was manning up, not going to a woman to fix his problems. Not that you can't, but you don't always have to. Well, Darrell Brooks is going to women and creating problems. Keith says, Darrell Cochran, if the stitch don't fit, you must have quit. Clever. Keith. Very clever. Yeah, I mean the relevancy. Where's it at? When he does, he's like, I know, Your Honor. I just, like they're old, again, golf buddies or something. Shut up. Shut up. No, sir. But you can consider becoming a subscriber over on CJTV at Facebook.
In the time that
or a member over on YouTube. That'd be
had
great.
known Miss Patterson up into that day of November 21st of 2021. Had you yourself ever heard Miss Patterson refer to the alleged defendant by a different name?
Objection to relevance.
Grounds.
He better not.
Overruled. The witness may answer if he knows.
50 witnesses.
No. You mean like an alias or something?
A different name.
I don't think he understands what alias means.
A nickname and alias. I mean, let's be specific here.
Did Ms. Patterson ever refer to him with another name,
Math Boy Fly.
if you recall?
Not that I.
World class rapping extraordinaire.
All right, thank you.
That little kid in the corner is what I think of every time Darrell Brooks starts talking. Like, just that that face, I think, says it all. Now look at the officer behind him. He's making the exact same face.
To your knowledge, was your friend Miss Corey, as you referred to her, do you recall her stating that she was injured during the altercation?
She did tell me that I believe she like hurt her finger or her fingernail or something like that, but I don't think it was relevant to the incident that had happened.
What do you mean by you don't think it was relevant to the incident that happened?
Objection to relevance.
Sustained is to the form of a question.
I'll go back to my happy goat. This is the Darrell Brooks sound. Like that kid in the corner in that sound is like that's what comes to mind and ear every time this guy starts opening his mouth. It's just like nonsense. Nothing.
No further questions.
Yeah, it happened.
Before I decide whether to do cross at this time, how long do you believe it will be?
0 minutes because I have no cross.
All right, thank you.
See,
And you can
no
step
problem.
down, and we're going to take a break.
Look at the daggers.
Give me a second. I'll rise for the jury. Let me excuse the jury for a second.
Well, at least prosecution said, we're good. Now they're giggling. He's like, oh, these females over here, as he keeps calling them. Females over here laughing, making a mockery of Math Boy Fly while I'm up on the stand talking, looking good. Don't embarrass Math Boy Fly. He's got his defiant pose on. So strong. That's a stalwart look of a man with a real future in front of him. That projects
All right,
confidence
thank you.
and
You may be seated. You may
a commanding
step
presence.
down, sir. And I presume he may be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brooks. You're done questioning him?
Yeah, I don't think he's no longer.
All right, you are released from your subpoena.
Look,
sir.
he thinks it's funny.
All right, let's take about a 15-minute break. Anything we need to address prior to that, or can we go when we come back?
Oh, I hope this dude says something when he leaves.
All right, Mr. Brooks, work with the state, please, for the next witness. We have them available.
See how funny he thinks he is? No, you can go. Legitimately, and this is where, jokes aside, this is where I get furious because I personally, okay, if they're not holding him in contempt, which they're not, that doesn't mean they can't hold someone else. Once that, say I'm Nicholas Kirby and I get released, I'm immediately talking. I'm gonna let him know exactly what I think his future looks like. I'm gonna let him know exactly what I think of him. I'm gonna let him know exactly what's gonna happen. God forbid I get caught in the inside with him. And then let him go ahead and play it cool when you got somebody finally, as Corey or the other girl said, I think it was Corey, the girl that he slapped around back when. Thank you, Abigail. Chest up, you know what I mean? Because I think he'd crumble if a guy, he's got this thing where he needs to control and be in a dominant position with women. But if a guy steps through there, God forbid a real grown-up man has a chance to come across this guy, I would Daffy Duck the hell out of this dude. No questions asked. You wouldn't have to worry about seeing his face because he would be talking sideways the whole time. He would be looking at a wall while the rest of his jaw is doing its best to reconnect. This guy is doing, at this point now, he just wants to get people up there. And he's got, what did you say, 12 to 13? Abigail, thank you. I just got the witness list sent to me. So let's take a look at this here. We got, actually here, I'll show you guys what we got to look forward to here. And we'll put it up. That'll work. But yeah, he's gonna have a chance to, go through the process, and he's probably gonna do the same thing to the rest of these people here. So God forbid, man, Yeah, exactly. Prison should be a real fun time for him, Tara. Yeah, he's gonna have a lot of male figures that are gonna give a chance to give him some tutelage, if you will, some sage advice on how to be a better human being, maybe, So yeah, let me grab that, the witness list. Here we go. Just trying to find a way to do this so it's it'll. Okay, we got Kathleen Yorl, Erica Patterson, previously testified for the state of Wisconsin, who denied. Catrice Babiaz, Heather Ramir, Jason Hayes, Juan Marquez, Douglas Kohler, Nicholas Kirby, who just testified, Abel Lozcano, Chris Burtum, Deanna Aldrich, Stephen Guth, who previously testified for the state, and that's what we've got so far. But let me, I gotta have a way to put this up here for you guys. Yeah, here we go. Not that it matters much, but anyway, yeah, let me pull this up for you. Actually, I don't want to have you guys sitting here on dead air because they'll be back in just a moment. I know I've got. No, I'm not going to. I had the video of earlier from yesterday when he had 54 interruptions between 9:01, 1 minute into the trial, and 4 o'clock. Take out breaks and lunch. I was 4.5 hours maybe of time, 5 hours maybe, where he had spent 54 disruptions. Which, I mean, at some point, you have to say, enough is officially enough because, the judge has had to put up with all the antics, But let's go back over here and check out some of the things that some of these other scenarios that have taken place here in the last day or two. But here we go. This guy, man, he's a highlight reel of stupidity, just things that he does are. So I'm curious, and if you guys didn't see it, you guys want to watch. I don't want to really show it up again, but this was the because I know that part of it was, if he didn't come in here right away, this was his. I'll give you a brief recap here of his his opening statement. It blows my mind that he felt like he was going to get some type of sympathy, you know what I mean, from the court, from anybody, for this nonsense of an opening statement here, where he puts on the alligator tears, and you know, let's do this. I'll pull you back. This is just going to be a small recap, because I know we don't have a lot of time to go through it all, but there we go.
A lot of suffering involved in this incident. A lot. Obviously, with the families.
There's a quick 3-minute clip of him breaking down on his opening statement.
With the community.
Just remember, he did it all unto himself.
And even the alleged defendant's family as well.
He's still alleged
There's been
defendant.
a lot of suffering. A lot of misunderstanding. And
What misunderstanding are we having here? Like, what exactly does he assume are misunderstandings? You know what I mean? Like,
I just want you to keep in mind everything that will be presented in its totality. Keep in mind.
because he's going to spend some time making fun of people, basically. He's going to try to clown on folks and make this just a long-suffered
The
situation.
power that you have.
Like I said, to put you underneath the prison. Just feel it, bro. Feel it all. I mean, this is him realizing that he's cooked. Don't think this is him feeling bad for what he did. This is him knowing that he's going to have to own up for the crime that he committed.
I believe that should escape your knowledge.
A rough day for him. You know what I mean? Rough day for this poor fella.
This has been a long process for everybody.
Oh, Darrell. Yeah, that's why Victoria. Yeah, that's why he took his mask off. You know, and then exactly right after he does this, he calls the state of Wisconsin to the stand. And he's like, "Whoa, how is going to be a plaintiff if there's not an actual person?"
And what I believe is,
Yeah, he's
when it's time for you to make your decision, all of
sane.
you, I believe that.
Yeah.
And I
Yes.
pray that it's the right decision.
Yeah, no, he knows he's cooked. That's why. The right decision, they say. Yep. Because, sir, you are going to spend a lot of time, hopefully not a lot of time, in a correctional facility where the world inside will hopefully treat you every bit as hospitable and gracious as you have been with your actions to the people in the world in which you have been around for your whole life. And, you know, hopefully they will be able to embody and capture the essence that you've built here in this trial, which is one of you're gonna get hurt, dude. Like, there's no joking around about it. The dude's done. You know what I mean? And like I said, I'm looking forward to celebrating on verdict day. So I don't know how it's gonna work out, but if you're in the Waukesha area, you're in Kenosha, whatever, we got to put something together because we all need a chance to get together and high five, not having to, first of all, no, take that back. First of all, for some justice and for some closure and for some healing for the people of Waukesha and the families that were affected, for the victims of Darrell Brooks' actions. And not just in Waukesha, right? Not just Waukesha. From his entire adult life, since he was 17, he's been on book, just skipping through the court system, skipping through. I think for all the crimes he's done, he should have spent, and had that girl, Erica Patterson, been a couple months younger, he'd have been 30 years in prison instead of just the 11 that he did. I think he's done a little, like basically like 3 years for probably the 4 or 5 decades he should have been doing. And he's danced out of it. There's victims throughout that entire, wake that's left behind of him, and victims and his actions that I don't think they've been able to feel justice either, and maybe they're not aware of it. Maybe they don't see it. Maybe they don't even know what's going on. But as of right now, he's got a chance to finally own up for it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what's happening with the world we live in, but I think that if anything, we could feel better about things if we get a chance to see, justice happen the way it needs to happen. Today, is not going to be the end of it, but we're moving in the right direction. Vanessa says something about the potato quality. I'm not sure. Yeah, we should be okay. I'm not sure what's happening on YouTube. Come over to Facebook, CJTV Media, if you're having issues with your YouTube feed, or maybe I'll reset my YouTube and jump back in on that one. I'm not sure, but anyone else on YouTube's having issues, please let me know, and I can go ahead and see about figuring it out. I don't know, but man, they need to get back in here because this day we need to wrap this one up early today. I think they're going to probably give us one more witness that we can call today, and hopefully that'll be the end of it for the day. And I say that only because I don't think any of us really want to be stuck watching this guy any longer than we have to. So I want to grab that witness list for you, and but it's being a little bit of a bear as per the my ability to grab it. The YouTube, it looks okay. I want to make sure that I'm not wrong on this one, but right, it's a little potatoey. I'm not sure. I'll get it sorted out here. I might have to go ahead and switch it up a little bit. But sit tight. I'll get it. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Someone's getting a. So, I was going to give you guys the witness list here. There we go. So this is the witness list right now. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe that helps. Yeah, there we go. I'll zoom in a little further. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. I'm not sure what the scoop is with the feed, but this is the witness list as it sits right now. Two other people have already been previously called. The state of Wisconsin obviously denied they're not going to testify because that's not how that works. And the where we at here? Some of these people, actually, I think some of these people, and Nicholas Kirby just testified too. So we have Nick Kirby out. He's done. Erica Patterson, his ex-girlfriend, she's coming back in. Stephen Guth previously testified. He's coming back in. And both of those people testified for the state, obviously. So, yeah. Yeah, the dude in the corner looks great, right? I'm not sure what's going on with that, but I'm going to have to clip camera for a second, and I'll see if I can't boost my feed and see what's going on. Like I said, I'm in commute, so I don't really have the lockdown access to like the typical hardcore, mega stream data connection that I would normally have. But here we are. We're doing it. We'll clean it up. I'm going to give you this one last. I know we've seen it already, but I don't want you guys sitting here with dead air. So let's stop that screen there, and we'll go with this one. This was that video again of earlier, just yesterday, of the judge.
I've taken the jury out at this point to admonish you that any further mumbling under your breath or not recognizing when I uphold or sustain an objection, that I will take as a disrupting interruption meant to disrupt the proceedings. I'm not holding you in contempt. I'm well aware that that's one of my options. I choose not to do it for the reasons that I've stated on the record previously. All right, you can forfeit your right to be present at any point in time during this trial by your conduct under Illinois versus Allen. When it is disruptive, when it does not follow the simple rules of courtesy and decorum, I draw your attention once again to SCR Chapter 62, which has been previously provided to you, which is under the statute there. These constant mumbling and interruptions during the proceedings. I haven't made a record of them today, but I will now. Started at 9:01, then there was 5 at 9:02, 3 at 9:03, 4 at 9:04, 1 at 9:05, 2 at 9:05, 1 at 9:06, 3 at 9:08, again at 9:17, 9:27, 10:31, 1:05. There was talking over by you at 2:03, 5 interruptions at 2:14, 2:15, 2:17, at 2:19, audible muttering, 2:31, 2:33, what I would describe as inappropriate, like muttering under your breath, 2:35. At 3:06, there was a hilarious comment. At 3:11, there was what I would describe as arguing about the muttering and the irony of it all. At 3:12, there were 4 interruptions. At 3:37, more 4:09, 4:10, more mumbling. At 4:11, twice, and at 4:12, 9 different times. So I think I've made an ample record of the disruptions today. I've been abundantly patient with you.
I mean, yeah, you can't argue with that. She has been abundantly patient with Darrell Brooks today. You know, that is without a doubt. I mean, not just today, but I'm saying overall, in general and entirely, she has been 100% just, and she's doing it for a good reason. You know, she's trying to avoid any kind of mistrial, you know, any kind of opportunity that he'll have to do anything stupid and say like, oh, well, I wasn't given this, I wasn't given that. You didn't treat me this way. You did this to me. You did that to me. Whatever the reason, we'll see. But they should be back in a minute here. And yeah, you're right. The feed over on YouTube is garbage. I'm not sure how it looks on Facebook here. Let me double check here. Sorry, guys. It's all par for the course here. You know, it's part of the process. But where's everybody at? Where's everybody watching from? I'm curious what the status is here. Are you guys all local out here in the Midwest as to where we're sitting right now, or are we coming in from all over the country? I know we got some folks from overseas that typically watch with us. So where you at? Let me know. Yeah, you're right. And Facebook looks a little choppy too, doesn't it? Well, maybe I can work on this in my yeah, we'll see if we can work on it here. They need to come back, man. These long breaks are killing me here. I know, killing you guys too, because we're just trying to get through this as quick as possible here. Minnesota, Ohio, Waukesha, Texas, Waukesha, Florida, Sandy, California, Kenosha, Jersey, Wisconsin, and Jonesville, New Jersey, Oregon, Louisville, Raleigh, Germany. What's up, Ben? Kenosha. This is my Milwaukee folks. Racine, Portland, Oregon. What up, Dave? Yeah, from the streets of Portland. What we got here? Kenosha, Chris in Maryland, Northern Virginia for Victoria, John's in Wisconsin. We got Canada. Sonia's in here. Philly for Lori. What do we got? Amber's in Keno. Carla's in Indiana. We got Keno for Vanessa. Marianne's in good old Washington State. Brenda right here in Bristol, Wisconsin, where I'm sitting at the moment. Yeah, and many more in here. So appreciate it. New Jersey, folks. And make sure, did you guys all get notifications? If you didn't, set them up on your phone or on your computer, whatever you happen to be in. North Carolina, right there. Yeah, San Juan, Carrie, how you doing? Chris over in Kansas. Sherry's in Oregon. We got Darlene's in Kentucky. It's wild how many familiar names are in here, you guys. It's wild. Anna, what's going on in Washington? Polly's up there in Green Bay. Facebook looks okay for you. I know it did look a little choppy on my end. And okay, so it's saying here, but I might be a little bit, yeah. So well, I'll up the signal here in a second. Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. What's going on? Wisconsin. We got some more Milwaukee. Yeah, we'll I'll get this there for you guys here in just a moment. Clean it up a bit. Oh man. This guy, man. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all these like short clips, but yeah, I'm not trying to jump into anything and then have them come back in. Which one is this one? This was while she was just trying, they were trying to do the interpreter was trying to work through yeah, and it would just turn into a complete nonsense like shouting match between the judge and him, back and forth. It was ridiculous. But here we go. Sorry, I mean, well, this one, yeah. So that was the reading of the 54 people, or the 54 outbursts that he's made. What do you guys think of that opening statement? You know, was it legitimate tears? And if so, what do you think he was crying for? Was he crying because he felt like he was in trouble, or because he felt like, you know, because he felt real remorse? Like, what do you feel was his motivation behind the big crocodile tears? Yeah, I think, Scott, everyone's going to need a drink after this one, you know? Yep, Bella, we were at Ships in the Night. I was in Washington, and I popped to Washington and then came back. And, you know, so here we are. Let us try. I want to give you guys Tina Marie. Yeah, it's been an interesting day. There's the first half of the video. You can go back and watch. If you go to YouTube, this is day 11, I believe. Day 11. So if you go back to YouTube, you guys can go ahead and, if you want to watch any of the videos from the court proceedings, I've got the majority of them. I was traveling back and forth between to Washington and from Washington for a couple days. So I missed like 1 or 2 days. A lot of redundancy, as you would say, or relevancy. Sorry. There's a lot of redundance. Now you got me confused, man. But there's a lot of things that are repetitive. And, but I believe that we've got at least 8 days of it. The last couple of days have been pretty interesting. Today was definitely interesting. This is the state rested their case today, and then Darrell Brooks opened his case. MG Armstead says that he's crying because he'll never be free. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping he was feeling the totality. Yeah, Kimberly McGrath says on Facebook. That's what I'm hoping for too. Honestly, no matter how much I despise this human being, I would love for there to be real remorse. Because I feel for the families and for the people that were affected, that's needed. There needs to be an opportunity for a statement being made, something to come out and say, I am horribly and terribly sorry for what I've done. Does that even sound right? Horribly sorry. We'll say there. I'm incredibly sorry for the things I've done. I could never, ever take back the things that I've done that have affected you, affected your family, affected your community. All I can do is pray that my incarceration and my lack of freedom and whatever suffering I may endure will give you some type of peace and solace in the days to come. Anything like that would be something that the families would, I feel, hold on to in the best of ways, because it's right now all they see is this defiant POS that's up there, just like even this Nicholas guy, last Nicholas Kirby, the last gentleman who was up there. He's testifying about how he was going to the defense of a woman, and then two women that Darrell Brooks was beating up on. And this guy, he just got stabbed in the hand. Apparently, he worked a full day. He got up there, and he was even trying to like fight against Darrell Brooks to get, to protect somebody. You know what I mean? But and while he's up there, Darrell Brooks is asking nonsense questions, and then when he's done, he's laughing at him. He's just flat out. He laughed at him. He was like, "I have no more need for this guy. He can leave. Ha ha. What I just did made you sit there and listen to me. I win. That thing." So for Nicholas Kirby, anyone else, like for all of us that are enduring this incredible asshats nonsense, I hope you can appreciate that as of right now, they still have him in 23-hour isolation from the rest of the inmates. Awesome. They're keeping him there in 23-hour lockdown for his protection. So, but we're back in. So, subject matter jurisdiction.
Jurors get in the jury box.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can't
All right,
fix
thank you.
this
Please be seated.
connection here. See if I can get it beefed up for us.
Go ahead, sir. You may call your next witness.
Defense calls Heather R. Reamer.
Thank you.
Tell me that as hard as you possibly can. Yeah, make sure the Bible is facing out so people can see it. There you go. The only thing he's using that Bible for is rolling papers. I'll be there, Judy.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. It is up a riser. Be mindful of that. And then my clerk, Teresa.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Heather Reamer, Heather Riemer.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, your witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reamer. How are you feeling today?
I'm okay.
I want to direct your attention to the evening of November 21st of 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was at the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
And do you recall who you were with at the parade?
I was with my husband and 3 friends and one of their children.
About what time, if you recall, did you and your family arrive?
Right before it started, we were running late, and then by the time we got to where we were seated, it was right before it started. I don't recall exact time.
Do you recall where you and your family were positioned along the parade route that evening?
At the time, I don't remember, but I later found out that it was the Historical Society.
What do you recall weather-wise that evening? Was it a pretty chilly evening?
Yes.
If you recall.
Yes.
Pretty windy?
Yes.
So I'm assuming at some point you observed a bit of commotion. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall what that commotion was?
Everyone running around was the biggest commotion.
At that point, did the area you were positioned in get pretty loud, chaotic?
Yeah, screaming gets loud.
Before, do you remember what you and your family were doing directly prior to the parade that evening?
I don't recall.
At the point you observed this commotion, what did you do from that point?
Started running.
I'm assuming with you and your family all took the same course of action.
We all ran, yes.
And where did you run to?
Away from the parade route. I'm not familiar with streets. I'm thinking it's East Avenue. We ran down that road.
Would that be a side street connected to the main parade route, or?
Yes, it was a perpendicular route.
Do you recall if that side street was barricaded in any way?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if there were any law enforcement officers stationed at that side street?
I don't recall.
Did you at any time during the commotion when you and your family were at the parade, do you recall seeing anything that drew your attention in any way?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was that you saw?
A red Ford SUV driving through faster than all the other cars in the parade.
And what did you observe this vehicle doing at the time that it caught your attention?
It was honking. Well, I heard honking. I'm not positive if it was the red SUV or another car alerting.
Did you notice any other vehicles around the vehicle you saw, following the vehicle you saw?
Following, no. It passed a float that had a vehicle in the parade. So it was by another vehicle, yes.
And it was passing the other vehicle you're referring
Yes.
to, correct? And you stated a reference to honking. In your opinion, strictly your opinion, why would a vehicle honk its horn?
Come on, man.
To alert somebody.
Yeah, I mean, he's asked this question of other witnesses, another
Do
witness.
you recall when I'm assuming at some point the vehicle passed the position where you were. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
There
At
you go.
any time during the vehicle's passing you, did you see who was driving the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice if they were intense to the vehicle as far as windows?
Ma'am, can you speak up a bit?
Oh, I don't recall.
Thank you.
Do you recall if you were able to see into the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you got a chance to catch the license plate number of the vehicle?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's funny. YouTube, a lot of people are saying they'd find him not guilty just so we can handle it on our own.
From your recollection,
Right? I get
when
it.
the vehicle passed you, were
Totally
the
get
windows up or down?
I don't recall.
And did you at some time report what you saw to law enforcement that evening?
That is a solid point,
That
Rhonda.
evening, I did not know.
There were other
Did
vehicles
you
that
at
were
any
lead
time
vehicles.
report what you had saw that evening to law enforcement?
Yes.
Other vehicles that were in front and behind people in the
Do
parade.
you recall
They might have been honking their horns too.
what agency that law enforcement?
I hope they asked that question. Safe to say you don't know whose car was honking the horn.
I don't recall. I'm going to assume Waukesha, but I don't recall.
And during the course of reporting what you saw, was it more of a recorded interview, or were they writing down what you were telling them?
I was on the phone, so I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah, Debbie, you're right. This is
Do you
pure torture for
recall,
these victims, man.
If that was in the days following the incident or a little longer after that?
It was after the incident. I don't know how long after.
Oh, she did, Nicole. Okay, yeah.
Upon arriving at the parade that evening with your family, did you notice any of the side streets barricaded in any way? Any of them?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were law enforcement officers at those barricaded side streets?
I don't recall.
Do you recall about how long the parade had been ongoing before you saw this vehicle?
I don't recall.
Keep in mind, guys, he had defense attorneys for the last year
And
up until
from-
about 2.5 weeks
from that
ago.
point,
So they're the ones that signed up all of these
Did
folks.
you and your family
I'm sure of that.
immediately leave the parade and head home, or
We left. We didn't head home.
did you or any of your family members suffer any injuries during this incident?
No.
And again, thank you everyone for sharing the stream. I know we lost some folks while we were dealing with some connection issues there, but for the couple hundred folks that are still in here, thank you for being here.
At any time,
Make sure to set up
after the
notifications
incident,
as well.
Do you recall seeing any news reports related to this incident?
Yes.
Did you keep up with those reports, or was it just that evening or the days?
Just a couple days within whatever was right immediately. I'm not a person to watch the news.
I'm sure nobody, you know.
And after that initial phone conversation with law enforcement, did any more law enforcement officers follow up with you about the report?
No,
Did you yourself follow up with law enforcement after that
no.
initial report? Did you yourself observe the vehicle that passed you during the parade? Did you yourself witness anyone injured by the vehicle?
I don't believe so.
That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Any cross?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Reamer. Thank you for being here today.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at the man seated to my right, table to your left, Mr. Brooks. You ever seen that man before?
Consent to being called that name.
Noted. Overruled.
Yes.
Tell us about when you've seen Mr. Brooks before.
Objection leading.
It's cross-exam, so it's proper. They may lead. You may answer.
As we were driving to the parade, we were coming to a stoplight and we saw the red SUV coming down the wrong way on the road. And I slowed down because the car in front of me started to back up to let him through.
This took place outside of a gas station, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we display for everybody exhibit number 7. It's previously been received and published.
Go ahead.
Objection to relevancy.
Exhibit 7 has previously been received. Overruled.
Is it relevant to this particular witness?
Yes, it is. Yes, go ahead and publish, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Reamer, can you see the map depicted on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
We're looking at the intersection of North Street and Barstow Street. Does that look correct to you?
Yes.
And is this the gas station that we're talking about?
Correct.
And you were parked on North Street facing southwest bound at the time. Is that right?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Is that the way of traffic? I don't know.
Well, let's
Correct.
assume, based on these arrows here,
Objection, speculation.
Yep.
They're on the map. Overruled. Her answer was yes, and you may ask the next question.
Madam Clerk, can we please clear the annotations? And you saw the red SUV that we've been talking about come the wrong way on North Street. Is that right?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
Should I draw?
Sure. Yep. That's a touchscreen. Go for it.
So I stopped roughly back here as the car that was here started to reverse this way.
Okay. Can we please, let's get a screen grab of this, please, Your Honor, and mark it as Exhibit 7.
It'll be C as in cat. Or Charlie.
C, Charlie, please.
It will be so marked. And just for the record, the green line was placed by Attorney Wichow from, as you're looking at the exhibit, left to right to demonstrate travel of a vehicle in his question. And then the witness put the yellow mark on the screen, and it will be received as 7C as in Charlie. Go ahead.
Objection to relevancy.
Overruled.
You saw Darrell Brooks driving that red SUV in front of that gas station. Is that correct?
Objection.
At that time, I
consent
didn't
to
know.
being called that name, and it's speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
At that time, I didn't know his name, but yes,
But now that you see him sitting in court today,
yes,
that's the guy.
yes.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The record will reflect the identification as of the defendant as the driver of the red SUV she saw as depicted in this exhibit.
Thank you. May we please display for everybody exhibit number 15, which has also previously been received and published.
Go ahead.
Can we zoom in, please, on the intersection of Main Street and Northeast Avenue?
Objection. Relevancy.
I presume the question will provide the relevance, so go ahead.
Thank you. You were sitting in front of the Historical Society, you testified?
Yes.
And do you recognize this map in front of you?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, I don't.
Okay. Would the Historical Society be near this intersection that I'm circling, East and Main?
Yes,
Okay, we can please remove that annotation, Madam Clerk. When you saw the red SUV drive by, you testified you could not see the driver, correct?
correct.
Because it was going so fast?
Yes.
Did you ever see that SUV come to a stop at any point on Main Street?
No,
In fact, did you see it accelerate as it traveled towards more people?
Yes.
Objection. Speculative.
It says overruled. The witness may answer.
Sound
Yes.
like you was going to say substantial.
And then I remembered you had called the witness, not the state. So cross-examination is appropriate. Fair enough, though. Next question.
Did we get an answer on that?
I said yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Him giggling.
Redirect, sir.
Yes.
Ooh.
Do you want any of the exhibits up?
I forgot what the one was before this.
7.
7.
7 was the map with, the gas station. This is 15. I'm going to turn it off until you tell me you need something.
I need exhibit 7.
All right, the state would put that up and we'll publish it for the jury as well.
And when shown this exhibit on cross, you stated you were approximately around. As a matter of fact, that wouldn't be fair. Can you erase that that mark, please?
It's
Were you-
clear.
Will you show again where your vehicle was positioned?
It's just a rough estimate, but
Okay.
probably right out here.
And where
That's when I initially slowed down. to stop.
okay. And you stated there was another car that did a backing up motion. Can you show again where that vehicle was positioned?
If they were at the light going this way, backing up.
If you recall, or do you recall, if there were any vehicles in this space right here?
There was none.
Rough estimate, about how far would you estimate the distance is between your vehicle and the vehicle that was at the light? Rough estimate.
I never came to a complete stop back there. It's when I started to slow down.
So you were still kind of rolling forward a little bit?
Yes. Because they backed up and then moved forward. And so then I moved forward.
So you didn't come to a stop until you noticed that vehicle backing up?
No, I didn't come to a complete stop until we were back up at the light. I started to slow down at that point.
So where did you end up? I'm sorry, can you erase the white circle?
I can erase all of it or none of it?
The white circle.
Only, I think it's just all or nothing.
Oh, all. I'm sorry. So let's start this again. Where did you finally come to a complete stop at, if you recall? And at that time, well, back up a little bit before I get to that. You observed an SUV, you say, at some point before you came to a complete stop?
Yes.
And what did you see that vehicle do?
Right this way.
What did you see it do after you noticed that it was coming in that direction?
Turn here.
Would that be into the gas station?
Yes.
And what did you see the vehicle do at that point?
Roll down their window and yell something at the car in front of me.
Did it stop?
Yes.
Was it, I'm assuming you might know what I mean by this. Was it like a brake stop or was it a parking stop? If you recall.
If you're not in the vehicle, how do you know that they put it in park?
Well, brake stop would be brake lights, but okay.
Objection, move to strike.
Grant that, strike the last statement made by the defendant, but you may ask your next question.
And how long were you at the light?
Just a very short time. It turned green pretty quickly.
And in that short time, you were able to see who was driving the vehicle, the SUV, as you say, that went into the gas station.
Yes.
Is that the same SUV you saw at the parade that evening?
Yes.
The same vehicle that you said you don't recall if it was tinted or not?
Yes.
So at the point of seeing this vehicle at the gas station, at that point, did you notice any tints?
I don't recall.
Did you notice if there was anyone else in the vehicle at that time?
I only saw one person.
Could you see into the back of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Can you see the passenger seat of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was anybody in the passenger seat?
No.
But you don't know for sure about the back seat.
No, I couldn't see it.
Can we take down this exhibit 7?
Go ahead.
Can you pull up exhibit 15? Can you pull that back up?
The state would please pull that up. We'll publish that for everyone.
And
Hold on, let's make sure the jury has it.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. No problem, go ahead.
And you stated that you were in front of the Historical Society.
Correct.
And if I recall, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that would be somewhere around this area here.
Yes.
So
Can
was
we,
that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Can
you.
we erase that white? So the side streets, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tap the screen. Can you erase that? I'm sorry. The side streets would be Buckley Street and Northeast Avenue. Would that be fair to say by looking at the map?
Yes, that's what the map shows.
And you said you don't recall if those side streets were barricaded.
I wasn't at the intersection. The
You were-
Historical Society is at that intersection, but I was in front of the Historical Society.
So would it be fair to say you were close to the side street?
I was close, but not at it, so I don't know if there was barricades there. I wasn't close enough to be by barricades.
So you stated you ran away from the commotion. So it would be fair to say at some point you moved from your position in front of the Historical Society, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what side street you went down to when you were running?
We ran up to the building of the Historical Society on the side of East Avenue.
We can, just really quick. So that would be this side street here.
Yes.
We could take down exhibit, was it 15? And you stated that you knew the identification of the driver of this SUV based on what you observed at the gas station, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You stated that you, let me back up. You were able to identify the driver of this SUV based on what you observed at the gas station, correct?
The gas station, I saw the driver, yes.
Do you recall what the driver was wearing when you observed him at the gas station?
At the gas station, no.
Do you yourself recall in your telephone conversation with law enforcement stating that the driver was wearing a red-orange shirt?
That was not from the gas station.
So where would that description come from, if not the gas station?
I saw video footage of you in somebody's backyard.
So what did you observe the driver of the vehicle wearing at the gas station?
I don't recall.
So it'd be fair to say that in your phone conversation with law enforcement, you gave a description based on what you had seen from footage. I guess that would be the right word to use.
The shirt color, but your description was from the face was from the gas station.
And do you recall in that phone interview stating that you weren't positive on the shirt color?
Yes.
Do you recall in that phone interview stating that since seeing the news that you may be getting the clothing description incorrect?
I remember saying that I've seen the news. I don't remember saying that that is why I'm getting it. It wasn't the same as when you were driving.
So would it be fair to say that your description came from watching footage at some point and from news reports at some point?
Not news reports.
But you did see this incident reported on the news?
Yes.
Did you see where the vehicle? Did you see where the vehicle went when it passed your position?
Objection. Can we just clarify whether that's at the gas station or the parade?
Fair enough. Sustained.
Sorry for that. I'll clarify.
Thank you.
Do you recall seeing where the vehicle went when it passed your position at the parade that evening?
Continue down the parade route.
And you already stated that during the parade, seeing the vehicle and not seeing the driver, how are you sure that that driver of the vehicle you saw at the gas station was the same vehicle at the parade?
I know that they were both red SUVs, Ford SUVs.
Were you yourself sure that they were the same vehicle?
They were the same model, same color, same make.
So what is the make and model, if you recall, of the vehicle that you saw at the gas station?
Ford Escape.
And how did you come to that determination based on your observation at the gas station?
Because I know a decent amount of cars.
What do you mean by decent?
I mean, I don't know all makes, but I know this one for sure because I had a friend that had the same exact make and model, just different color.
Was your friend at the parade that day? Watch. Fair to say that
So
could have been
are
your friend
you yourself
driving.
able to just look at a vehicle and tell the make and model?
Some, yes.
So it'd be fair to say some, not all.
Correct.
So that brings me back to the driver. You stated you didn't see the driver of the vehicle you saw at the parade. How do you know there was the same driver?
Objection. States the evidence. She never testified that she knows it's the same driver.
Sustained.
I'm asking how did
Rephrase your question, please.
do you know if it was the same driver?
No.
No further questions?
I think you may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. It is 4:34, so we will end for the day. And I will read my instructions to the jury once again. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or
Make and
instant
model,
messaging or
right?
social
You usually have
networking
the
sites to send
make
or
on the front of the
receive any
car,
information about
right? As
the
it's
case or your
driving
criminal
at you at a high rate of
If
speed.
you come in contact with the
People
parties,
bounce
lawyers,
off the front of the
interpreters,
car
or
and they see a
witnesses, do
Ford
not speak with them.
blazing at
For
them.
their part, the
And then
parties,
ironically,
lawyers,
almost,
interpreters, and witnesses will
Escape
not contact
is
or
on the
speak
back of
with the
that car,
jury.
which
Do
just
not listen
clicked
any
to me.
conversation about
That's
this
exactly what he's
case.
trying to do, was
Do not
escape the scene of the
research any
crime.
information that you
He
personally
drove his
think
mother's
might be helpful
Ford
to
through
you
the
in
front of all these
understanding the
people,
issues presented.
and then he
Do
tried
not
to escape
investigate this case
on the
on your
back end
own
of
or
it, and which is what he's
visit the
trying to do
scene,
now.
either in person
This guy
or
is,
by electronic means.
you know,
Do not read any
yeah,
newspaper reports or
you
listen
look
to
at it
any
as it's
news
going
reports
away,
on radio,
you know. And
television,
someone had made a
over the
point, and
internet,
I know she's
or
the
any other
judge is talking a
electronic
little bit right now, but
application
again,
or
she's
tool
only
held
telling
in
you
this
about
trial.
the,
Do not consult
you
dictionaries,
know,
computers,
look at
or
this.
electronic
Did you guys ever see
applications
Broke Down
over the
Palace?
internet.
If you saw the movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. In that movie, towards the end, Gwyneth Paltrow and Uma Thurman, I think, and they're in this Thai prison. They got locked up, and one of them decides to take the rap for the other one for this like alleged drug smuggling that they got wrapped up in. And at the end, she's like in prison, in this Thai prison, and she's kneeling. This ray of light hits her, and it's kind of like this angelic moment, like you did this thing for your friend type thing. He's given this like he's got the Bible in front of him, folded out so that people can see the spine of the Bible. You know what I mean? And he's got this whole like this demeanor, his bravado, this whole thing he's doing right now is like, yeah, you know, I'm a very professional man. I'm good afternoon. How are you today? And the second that he gets a chance, you know, he snaps back into that other role, you know, and he's trying to lull us into this like he's not that bad of a guy type mode, but we all know. We all know. Oh, we know. But yeah, thank you guys for watching today. I appreciate it. It's been a long day. We knocked out about 7 or 8 hours today. I apologize to folks that were trying to become a supporter. Debbie, thank you for that contribution, the direct contribution. The supporter link was messed up on Facebook. So for whatever reason, we've been having issues with that. The new one right there is become supporter /CJTV Media LLC. After she reads the jury's instructions at the end of the day, they have to do this every day. They'll send them out, then they'll touch on a couple points. So we're gonna sit tight until that happens. But this is the same, you know, reading that she does every day. Nothing exciting to hear there, but I was happy about this one right here. If you guys didn't catch this one earlier, he kept saying, "It's boggling my mind. Mine's all bottled up. This is so mind-boggling."
Did you just say mind-boggling?
Yeah, mind-boggling. You know, when things are so crazy, it gets your thoughts all trapped like in a bottle.
Like in a bottle? That was, I couldn't help it. It was happening. I was like, man, this guy's really, he keeps saying it. It's mind-boggling. This is mine. And he kept yelling at the judge.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't get brazen with me.
Schroeder wouldn't take it. Schroeder would let, man, I don't know. I keep saying that, but I think Schroeder's he's an old dog, but I think Schroeder would have been he's probably watching this when he gets a chance and he's like, oh, that's, you know, he's got a lot of that rascallion, whatever, some old school euphemisms, but man, I see what she has to say.
Mr. Brooks, I think you wanted to make a more full record just regarding the timing of that last witness. I'm not going to put all of the details on the record. We made a record in closed session just due to a privacy issue related to that witness. And I required you essentially to call that witness out of the preferred order that you had given her availability. I believe you wanted to put on the record the information you initially had from Attorney Opper was general about her unavailability on Friday, which was the day, as I understand, that you preferred to call her, and more information was provided today. I don't want to get into the specifics, but would that be a fair characterization of kind of the discussion we had outside the presence of the public?
Yeah, that's fair.
Anything you want to add to that?
Nah, just it pretty much sums it up.
Okay, good. So
I felt that it would be, thinking about it as everything was happening so fast, I was just like, yeah, it probably would be best to, you know, take the procedure that she's having into account, because it could be.
I don't want to go into that while we're still in the public record.
Right.
All right, due to her privacy rights. But
yeah, come on, man.
I appreciate your understanding with that and calling her. I did require you to call her out of order, but I appreciate your understanding and of that. I don't think there's anything else I need to cover at this time, unless there's something from either one of the parties. From the state first.
No, but we would like some further direction from the defendant as to who he wants here tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon, if he wants us just to continue that list that he originally provided, or if there's an update. And we could do that off the record, Your Honor. I don't know that we need you involved, but.
Okay, thank you. Then hopefully the parties can figure that out without me needing to be involved further, but anything from you, sir?
No, I'm just gonna say with that, I'm not gonna put them in specific order.
Not looking for the order, but we're behind given the timetable and
He
the
just
understanding
doesn't-
between, as
he just
I
doesn't
understand
stop.
it between
You know
you
what I
and the
mean?
state.
Just doesn't stop.
So,
State has the list.
so generally
seriously,
speaking,
thank you for the
it's been taking about
stars.
a half an hour, I would say, for each witness.
A cup of coffee
At
a
least
day
that
is
one took
appreciated.
about 35 minutes. If we go on that
Take me out of my Folgers
schedule,
world.
do you think, understanding we take a mid-morning break, a lunch break, and a mid-afternoon break, I would think we could get through at
Yes.
least 3 to 4 tomorrow morning and 3 to 4 in the afternoon. I'm gonna have the parties be available for that and be ready for that. Whatever order, but
All the parties.
What's
yes, both you and the state.
So
Huh?
at
Wait.
this point, there's no telling what witnesses will be here tomorrow, right?
I don't know what he's
Well,
going for.
based on the groupings that you gave to the state, sounds like we got through.
Yeah, dog food for
only
jits.
one from each.
He is a meme,
kind of
man. This guy
category
is
that-
a
So we'll go back
walking
to
meme.
the first would have been
But
Thursday
yeah,
morning. You
the
need to call
stars
rest
help
of
pay
Thursday
for
morning,
little
'cause
man's
there are
dog
two left of
food.
that.
Yes,
Keeps these
correct.
cameras running.
And so let's do
And,
Thursday morning and Thursday
the computer
afternoon.
flowing.
The people you designated, I'm going to direct the state to have here tomorrow morning. That's 4 witnesses.
But the supporter thing
Whatever
is
order of those
$4.99, and it
four.
gives you a lot of opportunities to be a part of
It's
something
fine,
that's
but yes,
exclusive to
we'll
you.
have them here Based on your original list.
And then how many does that leave? Because I'm not
That's what I'm trying to
doing
figure out.
good with math this
4.
late in the day.
Oh, it's winking at you.
4, so 4 in the afternoon then. So our hope is to get through all your witnesses
I can say this for the
tomorrow.
record.
Don't say it.
One witness I intend to call tomorrow is
But what
not
is it?
going to be 35 minutes.
Fair enough. Do you plan to call that person in the morning or the afternoon?
I'm leaning towards the afternoon. That could change
Yeah, tomorrow's Friday.
the flow of the morning, I would guess.
He's refused to give them
Can you
a
tell me
itemized
which
list of
they
witnesses
were
as the
on
order in which they're
when
going
you
to
gave it
appear
the state? Was
for whatever
it
reason.
Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, or Friday afternoon?
It is Thursday. They know that, right?
I
It is
put
Thursday,
them
isn't
on
it?
Days, but I believe they were in the maybe the second flow of names.
You're not
Tell me
wrong,
who it
Veronica.
is so we can prepare so that person is told to come in the afternoon rather than wait through the morning.
I don't want to say who it is.
Look at him. He acts like
I
it's
want
a.
the person to be here
Ooh, it's
when
gonna be
we're
so
ready to go.
good.
But
They were here today, if that helps.
Yeah, I know who it is. It's Erica Patterson, Your Honor. There's no
Maybe.
mystery here.
Maybe
all right,
it is,
that's
maybe
what I
it isn't.
would have.
Why?
kind of who
Why
I
is he
thought
think
it
it's funny,
would be as
man?
well.
This is the girl you beat up and
So-
raped when she was 15. He's
I'm
having
gonna
a
have
laugh
her
about
come
her
tomorrow
showing up.
afternoon. Then.
Okay,
I'm not
we
gonna
will
have
have
her
you
come in
here
the
at
morning.
1:00 tomorrow afternoon.
So we
Thank
need to be
you.
mindful of people's schedules.
Yeah,
Thank you.
this is his
We'll have
ex-girlfriend that he
everyone
beat
else
up
here.
multiple
That's
times,
interesting
had no
because
contact
that
orders
was
with,
not
and
what I
raped when
was
she was
referring
15 and got her
And you
pregnant.
need to tell me right now so I can make an alteration to that.
Come on, Judge.
Yeah, this guy's
Sir,
a world-class douchebag. Piece
We're
of
at
garbage.
the end of the 3rd week of trial.
So
I
can we
need
at
to
least
keep
be
this
fair?
moving
Can we at least
along.
be fair and say that's not due
Stop
to
interrupting
me,
her, man.
though?
That would not be fair to say.
Oh, fair to
How?
you?
How?
Fair to you?
It's
Oh my
How?
God!
The state said that they needed 5 to 7 business days to present their case. Did they or did they not say that on the record?
You're gonna have 5 to 7 average
And
human
there's-
lifespan.
So how
it
did
doesn't
I-
matter
So
how we
just
got
shut
there
up.
at this point.
You know what I mean?
I'm trying
Then they
my
need to
darn
chop,
best
chop.
to get all the
Should've been
witnesses
chop, chop.
done. So I'm directing the state to have Miss Patterson come tomorrow afternoon.
If that's
And the
what I was
other
referring to, which I
witnesses?
wasn't, but everybody think they know what I'm thinking.
Then you need to tell them if
Stop
it's
being all
someone
cloak
else.
and
And
dagger,
if you
then you
want her here in the
raging
morning,
I'll
then
say
hemorrhoid.
this. Everybody that was here today that didn't get called, I have them here tomorrow.
Everybody on your
So
witness
that'd
list.
be 1, 2, 3,
It's like 11
4,
people, 8 people, like
5
8 more.
people.
5. We saw the witness list.
and you need to tell me who you want in the morning, not by the order, and who you want for the afternoon. Otherwise, I'm going to make the order that I just made.
He had
how you gonna make
1,
the order for
2,
Under
3, 4,
90611,
5,
sir.
6,
No, you
7.
can't. I can call.
8,
I can call.
9,
I have the right to call them.
10,
in order that
11.
The state didn't have to have an
Left.
order,
Erica Peterson included.
and I'm guessing
No, but the
Correct me if
state's
I'm wrong, but
helping
I'm-
you out
Maybe
in terms
10?
of the order,
they were helping me out with serving.
and
the
they're helping you.
subpoenas. Not the order of how. I
But they
recall
were
the
helping
witnesses,
you
but the
out.
subpoenas. And I gave the state.
Do you want to be responsible
said-
for calling each person tonight and telling
Listen,
them what
this is
time they
good.
need to be here? Or
This is
should we
good.
let the
See, here
state
we
do
go
that?
with
This is good.
again.
I love the
That's
state.
something that's impossible to do.
That's not true.
No, it's
You
not.
have
How's it
access
not
to a
true?
phone.
So somebody's gonna
You have
answer a collect call from someone they don't even know. Nobody
Probably not.
in this
You
courtroom
fucking
will
idiot.
answer a collect call and pay for a
That's
phone call from
not
somebody.
my
that's
I think that's
understanding
plenty.
of how it works at the jail, that you can,
Yes.
there's other means to make
There-
phone
Who-
calls.
whose fault
there
is that?
No other way to utilize the phone.
You're gonna be trading some
Well,
trays
maybe I'm
for
wrong
phone
on that,
time.
but be that as it may, the state is helping you out.
Oh,
This is to
poetic,
make
guys.
tomorrow go as smoothly
is
as
poetic.
possible, to be
Oh.
effective, to be
This is-
efficient, and to use all of our time wisely.
Your Honor, with all respect,
Uh,
I did what was asked of me to do. I provided them with the list of the witnesses that I will call.
she said, "Go ahead and call them yourself." Then
That I would not put them in order, and the state accepted the list that I gave them. So why, at this point, is
Who are the
everything
witnesses who are here
being a
today?
problem?
Kohler, Douglas Kohler, Detective Guth, Erica Patterson, Christopher Bertram, and Jason Hayes were here today, in addition to Miss Reimer. Miss Reimer's now
Hayes,
done. Nicholas
Reimer,
Kirby was also here today.
Kirby.
He's done.
Yep. The state of Wisconsin, who denied.
If we are going to continue to assist Mr. Brooks
She's had
in getting these
enough.
witnesses here, we need to have a reasonable time schedule. These witnesses don't just show up by the tooth fairy. We have to communicate with them. They have jobs, they have families.
They have to
I've
make the
explained
calls
this
that
3
you're not able
times
to make.
Mr. Brooks.
Hey,
If he wants our assistance,
objection, she can chill with all
he
that. She can
needs
chill with all that
to-
tone.
hold on,
because
hold
we
on.
can
I know
get
it-
on that if that's what it is.
Hey, I
We
know
can
it's been a
definitely
long
get on
day.
that.
Let's keep
Definitely
this
get on
simple.
that. What are you gonna try to fight her
That's
now
what I'm
too?
trying to do.
You
So-
She
raging
gonna have to tone
fucking
it down.
hemorrhoid, or what?
I
What are you
think
gonna do?
I think both.
What are you
the
gonna
parties
do?
are getting a
You
little
gonna go
frustrated.
fight the
I'm getting
prosecution?
frustrated. So
Are you guys
I'm
catching this?
Kohler,
This is crazy.
Booth, Hayes, Patterson.
These women,
I missed a fifth.
He can't handle it. He cannot handle these
Bertram.
women putting him in his place. I love it. It's
Booth is a
beautiful.
police officer, right?
yes.
This,
I know who Eric Patterson
well, we can
is.
go
How about
there.
Kohler, Hayes,
But
and Bertram?
catch me outside, right? Like,
Those
what is that?
citizens.
They're citizens that
What are you
relate
gonna
to the
do?
parade, I believe,
Oh man, that's
and post-parade,
beautiful.
not the DV.
Oh, we can go there with that stuff. This is one of those guys who would love to talk
Seems
from
to me
there.
that
the
even
second
with
there
one of the
goes to
witnesses
here,
taking more than 35 minutes, that doesn't fill up the whole day. So we need to have some
Looking
other
at the
people on
ceiling.
that list for the afternoon.
So I will just continue to work in the order of the list that was provided. Your Honor, I think
Can't
that's
wait.
the only reasonable thing we
I
can do at
wanted
this
to
point.
pop off to one of these
Or we can
COs in
do it
the jail.
alphabetical, or we
Have her
can do
just
it by random lot, because I don't know really what else to do.
By the list that was given.
he
What was the order of the list that you were given?
The first 3 were Kirby, Kohler, and Gould.
and he refuses
The
to
next
just tell them
line
the
has
order.
3 names:
He's
Patterson,
like,
Bertram,
it's a
Hayes.
secret. Y'all don't know what's gonna
Third
happen.
line
You're not
has
gonna be able to
3 names:
prepare.
Reimer, Aldrich, and Lescano.
This is good.
The last list has 2 names and then also reads the state of Wisconsin.
First 3 people on the list, you need to advise to be here tomorrow at 8:30. The
Okay?
next 2 people tomorrow at 10:30. The next 2 people after that tomorrow at 1:30. The next 2 people from there at 3:30.
There you go. Reasonable.
And then do I have anyone left over from there?
No,
One more?
no.
If I have to go late tomorrow, then I would say the last person can be at 4:30 if need be.
No, 4:30.
Yeah, I agree. We would.
'Cause
very
you know
much
how
like
we
to
ask
get through defense
questions.
Witnesses tomorrow.
Ugh. We don't
I
want
don't
that.
know if that's gonna happen.
Well, that's the order that I'm making in terms of the times people need to
Dare
show
you try
up.
me.
That gives you a
Find
range of
out.
people to select from.
I'm gonna have to see that what you're referring to again, because
That
I
thing,
trust
what you
wrote it down
talking
because
about?
That's what I did.
I
So
didn't. I
we
didn't
are.
write it.
That's your fault
done
then.
for the evening. We'll see
She
everyone
said, I
tomorrow
hope
at
you wrote it
8:30
down.
a.m.
If
Thank
they
you,
don't get
everyone.
called like that, don't try to blame it on me.
They don't get called like that. Yeah, we will. Here's the thing. This amazingly self-indulgent, narcissistic asshat is such a raging piece that he assumes that it's anybody else's obligation or priority to help him in any way, shape, or form do anything at all whatsoever. He has 100% decided to pro se defend himself. That's where he's at. He is 100% responsible for his own litigation of said trial. The judge doesn't have to help him. The prosecution doesn't have to help him. Any of the support that he's gotten in any way, shape, or form has been done only in the best interest of moving the trial along. This has nothing to do, guys, don't get me wrong. Don't get it wrong. This has nothing to do with assisting him. They're trying to assist everybody else in just getting through this pile of trash that this guy is. And mind you, the witnesses that he's calling aren't buddies. They're not friends. He's hoping that he can poke a hole in whatever their story is. And he's doing a horrific job of it because, mind you, he had defense attorneys up until the 2 days before the trial basically started. I'm talking like jury selection and whatnot. So he let his defense attorneys build his entire case. Those boxes of legal documents, those didn't happen because he put them together and neatly organized them. That was his sadly appointed legal defense team. And I would love to get a hold of them and talk to them. And not that they can talk about the details of the case, but what it's like to be a defense attorney in a situation where they have to go ahead and, as a court-appointed attorney, represent someone like this. And they were, I'm sure, sitting there. And I remember when they got let go, it was one of those like, done, books, boop, boop, up and out, done.
If you've been injured in a truck crash,
stepped away from the table like it was the thing to do. And I couldn't think of a better way to walk away. Like just chalk their heels. Like, dude, thank God I got out of that one. Dodged a real bullet. Because no matter what, having to defend someone like this, I know in the case where, like when I got, when I got stabbed multiple times in this attempted mugging in Seattle, the court-appointed attorneys for the assailants were, to their credit, probably knew not that good, but you could tell the last place that they wanted to be was defending these people who were on trial for a laundry list of assaults with a deadly weapon, attempted murder, all the bank robberies, all these crazy things. So they were just like, oh my God, please get me out of here. And I didn't make it easy on them because I was a very argumentative and combative witness when it comes down to it, because, you know, they have to do their lawyering and you got to do your real humaning. So anyway, his all this trial time that he's had to prepare has been done by someone else. And now he's trying to take their work and run with it, but he doesn't know what he's doing with it. So this witness list on this witness list, and I'm not exactly certain who all these people are, but he has Kathleen Urel. Some of these people were there today, and I'm not exactly sure who they were. I have to go back through our witness, the list of people that were on stand today. But the first person he called after his opening testimony or statement was the state of Wisconsin. Didn't happen, of course. Apparently they accepted the subpoena, is what he said, which means a piece of mail was sent somewhere and someone received that mail. So, you know, that's his point he's making. Stephen Guth previously testified. We had Nicholas Kirby testify today. We had Erica Patterson, who previously testified. Could be this big mystery person for tomorrow. Who knows? But these are people that were called for some reason by the state to come in. Now, I know that at one point I'd read a report that he had 2 specialists that were supposed to come in. One of which was going to, he was a pathologist who was going to testify to the fact that Darrell Brooks had THC Delta 9 in his system when they did the tox screen upon his arrest. Wasn't alcohol, wasn't crack, wasn't meth, wasn't, you know, cocaine, wasn't any of these things. I'm gonna have to go ahead and start that. So, but what he did do was some weed. He smoked some weed. That doesn't make you go crazy and drive through a crowd. So that was one of the people that the prosecution or the defense was going to call. And then the other person was a specialist from one of the accident recreation companies, one of the collision recreation situations, which we've had a handful of people that have come from the crime labs that deal with these, you know, the forensic breakdown of accidents and whatnot for the state. The gentleman that came in for the police department was incredibly knowledgeable. And I mean, even confused everybody unless you're a mechanic, but Darrell Brooks asked him to clarify some questions. And he talked about ball joints and ball bearings and control arms and what happens when this happens with that thing and the other one. And at the end of it, I mean, I was confused, but it pissed me off because Darrell Brooks like, yeah, I don't even know what any of that means. Like, you son of a bitch. You sat here and made us listen to these questions like he's done with everything else while we were just trying to figure out what you're trying to accomplish. And even he didn't know. He's like, well, okay, thanks for talking. Appreciate it. But so here we are. But his so tomorrow he's got this he's gonna have a full Darrell Brooks day. It's his special day to finally be, the Darrell Brooks that he's been holding back. He gets to shine now. You know what I mean? He gets to let it go, as some might say. And I'm just I'm curious to see how he's gonna come in, in his math boy fly swag, just doing what he can to look as in control and in charge as possible. But the way that he is talking, you guys, I don't understand the way that he is being allowed to speak to the professionals in that courtroom. The fact that he's able to talk to the judge the way he does, even just now when he was in, if you know the terms and style, like he's calling out the, opper. He's like, well, come on, we can run that then. You want to do it? What's up? Catch me outside. Basically either that or he's going to challenge her to a shouting match. And so it's kind of, he just feels that he can intimidate these women into, being afraid of him. Like, but Nicholas Kirby today thought he was going to like give him the whole Q&A, and Nick Kirby, obviously, and here's the thing. I hope people do lose their composure. Good, man. You're not under you're not under trial. You know what I mean? These people that are on the stand, their only job is to show up and just to give the best accounting of the events that happened, or to give an honest accounting, we'll say that, based off of the questions that are asked by whomever, prosecution or defense. That being said, there is nothing in the rule books that say that your memory is just not that good. Is it safe to say that you were walking across the street? I don't remember. Is it safe to say that you were wearing a red coat? I don't remember. It was a year ago. I don't remember. 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 I don't know. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I don't know. They could do that until they're blue in the face. But the fact, yeah, they're letting him hang himself, for lack of better terminology. Yeah. And it'd be great if he did, just, short sheet it and let it happen. But his just, the questions are meant to do that, but it would have been great. I would have loved it if, like I said, if Nick Kirby would have finally been like, you know what, man, let me tell you what I think about you. And just had the judge tell him, like, you need to stop now. You need to stop now. Last warning. And then he could have kept yelling at him for like 15 minutes because the judge obviously is pretty lenient about last warnings, because last warning should probably mean last warning. Doesn't forever mean like you're like forever? But it's tough because, no one's on his side, Christine. But it's tough because these people are doing their best to maintain the judges, everyone, prosecution. We all are. I'm not doing a very good job. But we're here because this is the show we're on right now. But it's because I have some feelings and thoughts about him, like all of you do, and hopefully I'm expressing what we all collectively are thinking. But man, how nice would it have been if Nicholas Kirby would have let him hear what we were all thinking? You know what I mean? And then watch him do that whole, well, judge, how dare he speak to me like this? How dare he talk to me like that? I cannot believe you're permitting this man to be so disrespectful and so insubordinate in the face of law and justice in this court, this sacred, holy ground, which he doesn't believe even presides over him because of the sovereignty of his being. Doesn't recognize courts as having any jurisdiction over him or the things he does. So he can go ahead and pimp out a 15-year-old little girl and get her pregnant, and then get knocked up on rape charges for raping a minor, never register as a sex offender, which he is, and then skip out on all these other assault charges that he's got, which he did. Just because he's a free spirit, he's a real rascal. This one, he's a real rascal. Kind of rascal you want to back over with the tractor. But Christine, thanks for those stars. But it blows my mind, man, that that he's allowed to give these kind of outbursts to the judge. I'm going to try to get as much together tonight and this is the kind of stuff that I want to tell you guys about when I talk about becoming a supporter and things of that nature. The stars, they help out a lot, you guys, on YouTube. The super chats, those are all incredibly appreciated. All of it is. there's so much, there's a lot that goes into this. I'm not just putting it on automate, you know, and letting you guys just watch the court case through my channel and then asking you for something there. I'm putting time in here for you because I'm as engaged in this as you are. And I want us to have this community where we can talk about things. And I'm trying to give you as much information on the back end that you're not getting. And we're able to, I guarantee you're much more informed in this case than anyone else watching anywhere else, because we have this community and we have a lot more access to information. And I'm putting in the effort for you, but I mean, these are long days, you know, these are 12, 13 hour days every day. And I appreciate you guys helping support. So that supporter that you see on there, that CJTV media supporter on Facebook, it's $4.99 a month. You know, less than it's less than a cup of coffee, blah, blah, blah. But in all fairness, it does, you know, it helps keep things running. And it would mean a lot to me if you guys would jump in and become a supporter. And we're going to be doing breakout sessions, breakout Zoom calls. We got a supporter number that we're going to have set up so we can actually have phone calls and chit chat with you folks. So yeah, Stars Party is activated. There we go, Veronica. Let's do that thing. So yeah, the day has come where we're we're going to see another level of Darrell Brooks tomorrow. And I'm curious if he hasn't been reprimanded enough yet. Kate, thank you for those stars. You're amazing. Does he think that he ever has, that there's any level to what he's allowed to do? Or is he at a point now where he feels he's above and beyond it all? Bella, Mo, thank you so much for the stars coming through. You guys are running it. I feel like he feels like he's allowed to do whatever. And here's the thing, and I'm going to try to find some clips of other people, other attorneys that have been scolded. Which is, if you guys don't recall, that's where this comes from right here.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.
That was Judge Schroeder giving it to the DA. Like, he was giving it to the district attorney. He was letting him know, like, nah, that's not, no, don't you get brazen with me. The judges, there's a level that they can take it. They can always put him in timeout, which honestly, I feel in the best interest of these witnesses that are going to come up. I'm sure that some of these folks are victims that have been directly affected by what he did. I wouldn't want to sit in the same room with him. You know what I mean? It would be real hard for me not to hit him in the temple with a chair. Yeah, you're welcome, Brian. I do this because I care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in this chair because I really do believe that we have a need nowadays to see more and to know more, and to have better access to information. And I'm just doing my best to answer questions that I have, questions that you have, questions that come in on the back end. Even after the show ends, I get a lot of direct messages, a lot of emails, people that are curious, and that kind of triggers a lot of deep diving into different videos and a different, different information that we can go ahead and source together to make sure that we've got collectively. Like, I didn't know about the sex charges. I didn't know about some other things until someone had sent me some information. And then I get sent these little clips, like when he was talking about how he was pimping a girl, and the second we have a falling out, all of a sudden I'm a pedophile, that whole thing. Which, again, to clarify, you're not a pedophile because you got charges brought against you for raping a minor. You're a pedophile because you raped a minor. That's what you are. You're a child rapist. That's what you are. Not because you got caught, but because you did it. So that's his frame of mind, though. He's not guilty until he's guilty. He truly believes, and I feel like this 100% in his bones right now. Destiny, thank you for the stars. I'm seeing these coming in. And the entire mod squad, you guys are awesome. The team is killing it. You guys are doing amazing things. Anna, thank you very much. You guys are dialed right in. Judy, thank you very much. Everyone's crushing it, man. Everyone on squad. And this guy just feels like I think he really believes that, well, if I can have them say I'm not guilty, maybe I'm not guilty. Maybe God and this Bible and all these things, they'll be my salvation. And it's tough for me because I am one to believe in being saved and in the salvation of man. And I think that the judgment will come from one and one only. But end of the day, man, like it says it flat out, you're set to obey the king's laws and magistrates of the land in which you live. And that being said, it does say you're not allowed to drive your mom's SUV over a crowd of people at a Christmas parade, killing 6 of them, including an 8-year-old little boy. That's on the law of the land. That's what it is. So we got 1 minute left in the star party. Keith, thanks for jumping in on that. Patterson has already been on the stand, you guys. His ex-girlfriend, baby mama, child rape victim, has already been on the stand once. And we've saw pictures of her where she was swollen up from him beating her up that day. And she's going to have to get back on stand. You know what I mean? And sit there, look at him again when he does his whole last time she was on the stand. You know what? I think I have that video for you right here. It blows my mind. It just, this is where it takes it to the next level for me when he's able to look at his victims, and she is one of his victims, and just be able to kind of, I'll show you here. It blows my mind. The way he even starts off, you know what I mean? The way he starts off this interview with his ex-girlfriend. Let me show you guys here. Let me show you this real fast. Make sure this is the one here for us. I believe it is. So I'll pull it up. And thought we were leaving, but no. Here we go. So this is his ex-girlfriend right here. And we'll watch a couple minutes of this real fast. Sorry, there's a lot of clicking that goes into making this work because I'm
walking down the hill.
And how was he going down the hill?
Driving.
The red Ford Escape?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
He just followed me all the way to the park.
Okay.
He tried to take my phone from me at the light going down the hill, and he just kept following me and arguing with me out the window.
Do you recall being near a gas station while this argument was happening?
Yes. Yes.
Hold on. Overruled, she may answer, and the answer she provided may stand.
Yes. It was right at the light. The gas station's on the, that's the gas station on the left, and then Walgreens is towards the right.
And do you remember what was being said at the gas station?
I do not remember.
What happened when you got past the gas station?
I kept walking. He was still following me.
Did you at any point attempt to contact anybody for help?
No, just Corey, but towards the frame park. That's when I called her, when I got closer to them.
Did she answer?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, he just hit me. And I said, I need you to meet me. And that's when she met me.
Where did you go?
I walked past Frame Park and I went, I met Corey and I got into his car and then got back out and I met Corey at White Rock School, I believe it is.
When you say his car, you're talking about who?
Darrell Brooks.
And were you familiar with White Rock School at the time? Did you ever been there before?
No.
You just know that from
That's
talking about this
yes,
afterwards?
yes.
What happened when you got to White Rock School?
That's when because I had got there, got back in his car, talked to him, got back out. Corey had met. She snatched me out of the way because he swerved his car when he made a U-turn. And then that's when he got out of the car and they were arguing and he hit her in her face. And then I think she pushed him back. I don't recall. And then
that's her friend.
At the time after that, we just kept walking.
From the women's shelter that they live at.
Me and Miss Corey.
Madam Clerk, could we please have
He hit her in the face, the girl who's defending Miss Patterson. Her bunkmate at the women's shelter that she lives at got punched in the face by Darrell Brooks while she was trying to stop him from taking her and putting her in a car and roughing her up. I mean,
projected on the screen in front of you, a video marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Have you seen this video before?
Yes.
What does it depict, or what's in this video? What are we going to see here?
You're going to see me walking, and you're going to see him turning the car back around and Corey meeting up with me in the altercation they had.
Does this video accurately show what happened in front of the White Rock School on November 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 4 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Any objections?
Yes, we haven't even played the video. How do we know what's even in the video at this point? Can we see the video before it is admitted into evidence?
Your objection is noted. The foundation has been laid. Exhibit 4 is received. And permission to publish is granted.
Can we also shut off the I think it's the Polycom system that's
Oh,
taking
yeah,
up
we
the
certainly
screen?
can.
Timestamp of 51 seconds in this exhibit.
Again, we're back to this. Oh, they zoomed in a little bit. See, up on the left corner behind that sign, you see Darrell Brooks driving slow beside her.
Paused at 1:04. And just to clarify, Ms. Patterson, we're going to watch portions of the video. We're not going to talk while it's playing. And then when it's paused, I'll ask you questions, okay?
Okay.
Resume at 1:04.
So his passenger window's down. He's yelling. They're exchanging words. She's standing behind the white rock sign. This is what we couldn't see earlier. But that's the red SUV, obviously. She keeps walking. He keeps driving. There you go. Now it looks like he's taking off. And she's on her phone talking to Corey, her friend.
Let's pause. We've paused at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Ms. Patterson, who did we see in the video there walking?
Me.
Okay. And we saw a red SUV, right?
Yes.
Who was driving that SUV?
Darrell Brooks.
Was there anybody else in the vehicle at that point, to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. Let's resume playing.
At Vistaprint, we know the holidays are chaotic. That's why we make it easy to print that.
I'm using the wrong account for this one. My bad. The YouTube Premium is on the other one. Now she's doubling back. Not sure why. They talked about this with Nicholas as well. They're asking about questions about what she was doing, and which is interesting because how would he know what her intentions were with all the things that were happening? She was trying to get Corey and Nicholas to come to her, to come find her, because Darrell Brooks was, and you see her crossing the street up there. Darrell Brooks was, chasing her down in the red SUV, his mom's Ford Escape, that he had already hit her with and was in jail for, and then got bailed out for $1,000. And fast forward to here we are.
Let's pause there.
And that is
At
Nicholas
4 minutes and
and
17
Corey,
seconds.
I believe.
The two people who just entered the screen from the right, do you know who they are?
Corey and Nick.
Do you know which is which?
Corey's on the left, Nick's on the right.
Let's resume playing.
And it looks like you can see the SUV in the very top corner there driving away. But they were walking with purpose because they just got a call that she got hit by Darrell Brooks. Mind you, she crossed the street right there at the top left corner of the screen. So they're crossing the street right now as well. Looks like she's coming over to meet him in the middle. And I think they come back to this side of the street. And then they start walking back towards these steps right here. And that's when Darrell Brooks rolls up on him again and then hits Corey in the face when he drives up on him, which he's doing right now. So apparently right here, she's trying to get in the car with him. He hops out of the car. He opens the door and he comes around and they're having words. He's trying to get her to get in the car. Something got thrown on the ground right there. I think that was a jacket, Corey's jacket. I think they're going to have another angle of this from a camera further up. I believe they do. Because you see this altercation. Actually, no, there's another altercation that happens with these guys right down here in front of the or maybe it is that one. We'll see. I think they have another one. So this is, again, you guys, I want to remind you, this is Corey Patterson, or not Corey Patterson. This is Miss Patterson, Darrell Brooks' ex-girlfriend. And this was just before he drove his car through the Waukesha Christmas Parade. So this is the video footage of the altercation between them leading up to when he drives through the Waukesha Parade.
Okay, let's pause there. At 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Ms. Patterson, we watched the video, but you were there. Can you tell us what was happening during that portion of the video we just watched?
Corey and Mr. Brooks were arguing, and that's when he pushed her in her face, and I don't recall what she did back, and then that's when he drove off. One of them, I think it was Nick, called the police, and that's when he drove off.
Do you remember what Nick said when he called the police?
I believe Nick said he had a knife, if I recall, but he didn't have one, but that's what Nick said on the phone.
When you say he,
And then Nick clarified, he didn't say he had a knife. He said that he had previously been knifed. He had 12 stitches, I believe, in his hand from earlier in the week where he had been cut by someone with a knife. He said, I've been stabbed already. I've been cut. You need to come help these people. I'm not able to do it, is what he was getting at, because my hand is messed up from getting stabbed earlier. And I'm sure you're in an excited state. He's saying, like, you know, things are bad out here. We need some help. You know, come jump in.
Darrell Brooks.
And you didn't see,
I'm sorry.
when you say he, who are you talking about?
Darrell Brooks.
And you didn't see Mr. Brooks with a knife that day?
No.
What about Nick? Did you see him with a knife?
No.
Did you have a knife?
No.
Corey?
No.
Why do you think Nick said to the police that there was a knife?
Probably to make them come faster.
No, it was a misunderstanding. He clarified today, guys. That was,
Who
you
got
guys
into
saw
the
that.
driver's seat at the end of that video?
Darrell Brooks.
And again, anybody in the vehicle at that point?
No.
Other than him?
No.
Let's resume playing from 6:03.
So now they're down there picking up their stuff from behind the sign, gathering up all their gear. Excuse me. And he's going to call her back up on the stand. It blows my mind that he's able to do this.
And we can stop it there at 6 minutes and 54 seconds. What did we see in that clip, Ms. Patterson?
I walked away from Corey and Nick because I was mad because me and her started arguing after that because she was mad that I even met up with Mr. Brooks.
Okay.
And then she was running after me.
Do you know the direction that you were walking there?
Straight. And then
That's fair. Waukesha's
sorry.
confusing.
I'm sorry. It really is. I'm sorry.
Towards downtown or away from?
Towards downtown. Sorry.
And where did you go after you walked off the screen here?
I just kept walking until they followed me, and then we made a left. I'm not sure which street it was, but we made a left. We didn't know. Yeah. We just made a left turn and went straight towards the women's shelter.
Before you turned off of the street you're walking on here, did you have contact with a police officer?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you spoke briefly with that officer?
Yes.
And then where'd you go after you spoke with that officer?
Then we left. That's when we made the left across the street and went towards the shelter, women's shelter.
At the moment when Mr. Brooks
You're welcome, Brianna.
left the little physical.
Yeah, court has wrapped for the day.
Into the driver's seat, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was angry.
Okay, how do you know that? What was he saying or doing that led you to believe?
Okay, so
taking a shortcut, but now I can get me.
All right, so that's that was Darrell Brooks. Yeah, sorry, there's ads playing here. It's just part of what happens. So I believe this is where Darrell Brooks gets a chance to
All right, thank you, Mr. Brooks. Do you have any questions for this
yeah,
witness?
here you go.
Yes, I do.
Watch how he starts this, man. This blows my mind.
First of all, good morning
Good morning.
and happy birthday.
Thank you.
And happy birthday.
You.
But then he
stated
begins.
that you were hanging out with your friend Miss Corey on the day of this incident, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were hanging out drinking?
Yeah, Victoria. Tomorrow's gonna be wild. He's
Would it
yeah,
also
Carol,
be
you're
fair
you're
to
very
say
welcome.
that
Happy birthday.
you
What's up? Boo.
occasionally drink too much?
Sustain.
Would you say you casually drink? Sorry.
Would it be fair to say that you occasionally drink too much?
Sustain.
Would it be fair to say that?
CMO.
Well, let me back up. What were you drinking?
A Mike's Hard beverage.
As a plug for Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Were you aware that it was said that you were actually drinking vodka?
No.
Hold on. When there's an objection, I need to rule on it first, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustain that mischaracterizes the previous testimony.
There we go.
Next question.
But Corey does say we were drinking vodka,
So
but that was
it
her
would
and
be fair
Nick,
to say
I
that you
believe.
were drinking.
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that you were a little intoxicated?
I was not.
Boom. You can't say just because I drink, I'm drunk.
How much did you drink that day?
I don't remember.
One of a Mike's Hard alcohol beverage.
See, that's the thing they don't realize about when they're questioning, they're getting questioned. I'm going to touch on this while we're watching this. So Darrell Brooks is doing this thing where he wants you to say more than you need to say. And people feel obligated because getting on the stand is something foreign to folks. You know what I mean? You don't typically have to get in front of someone who victimized you, like assaulted you and did things to you. So you're sitting there and he asks you these questions and people feel like, and even some of the professionals were feeling that they needed to answer that. And also it's because you've been sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. You're saying these things because you feel like you have to like sell your soul, right? And you have to dig so deep. It's a year ago. I could not, legit, people say this all the time. I have a tough time remembering what happened last week. Like there's so many things going on in the world around me that it's impossible for me to recall the finite, especially when my adrenaline's pumping. I get tunnel vision, and all the altercations that I've ever had in my life, like I get really bad tunnel vision. And then when it's all said and done, it's one of those like, well, somebody needs to let me know what happened because I'm drawing a blank. But it's okay to say, I don't know. I don't recall. To the best of my knowledge, I can't tell you to the best of my knowledge because the best of my knowledge doesn't remember what my knowledge was. So tough shit. And, you know, when he says, would it safe to say you were intoxicated? That's an interpretive question. All these questions he asks are very interpretive. What would you say is a lot? Like it's the Bill Clinton. Like, what would you, that depends on what your definition of is, you know, like that's not a bad Bill Clinton. Right? I just won't play the sax. Anyway, so he goes into these modes where he feels that people are owed him an answer. You know, like I'm asking questions, I'm in charge, and that's his play. He's on a power play. I'm in charge. You have to answer my questions. I'm in control. You do what I say. This is my world, my courtroom. I do it. He's telling the judge what to do. He's telling her how to act. He's calling out the DA, telling her like, oh, if you want to go there, we can go there. Basically challenging her to a fight. He's not saying anything to the males in the room. He's not turning around and telling anybody behind him, any of those sheriffs that he wants to square up. His God complex, Stephanie, kicks in where he feels, and the narcissist in him comes out in like this raging beast of stupidity where he's like, all right, here we go. I can do what I want. And not that I want to make it about a current event situation, like the day and age. You spank your kids every once in a while. Let them know. Let them know that the hands off, like, hey, it's okay. We feel like you should be able to express yourself however you want. No, you can't. You sure as hell can't. Because if your expression hurts other people or does things to violate other people's civil liberties, their personal safety, their personal freedoms, or my bubble, hey, you've now crossed the line. You can do whatever you want over there. Be a douchebag over there. My bubble extends around me and my family and my loved ones and all the people in my circle. But if you reach into my bubble and you want to go ahead and poke me, I'm going to lob your hand off. But when you're outside, I don't care. Nobody should care. Let you be who you want to be. But the fact that he's able to re-victimize these people, you know what I mean? That he gets to play God and set them down and say, hey, you have to answer questions. It's sad, man. It's due process. I get it, but it's sad and it's hard to watch because he's definitely working this as much as he can. And someone had mentioned that in the UK there was a rape case where the rapist decided that he wanted to be self-represented as pro se. And the whole thing came down to him just getting off on making his victim relive the situation, the attack, by putting her on the stand and interrogating her and questioning her. And that makes my skin crawl just thinking about that someone would have to sit down and relive this. Now you saw how he ended, and maybe there'll be, maybe that'll pop up here. Maybe there is a video of him in questioning Nicholas Kirby, and the way he ended the interview with Mr. Kirby was exactly what exactly what we've been seeing from him, and let's see if we can get it real quick. Nicholas Kirby. Okay, let's see if we can pull this one up. Let me see. These are opening statements. This is, oh shoot. Okay, here's 10 minutes ago. This is with, I just need to go to the courthouse, man. I'm going to be down there because this is the actual first defense witness, Nicholas Kirby. This is the guy who just got done testifying just recently. So I'm glad you stuck around because we're going to get a chance to see what he has to say following his experience sitting in front of Darrell Brooks during this interrogation, or his cross-examination, his examination, whatever you want to call it. So this is Nicholas Kirby outside of the Waukesha County Courthouse about 10 minutes ago. So we're going to see what he has to say.
What was it like just being called to testify for Brooks's defense?
Honestly, trying to hold back a lot of rage. A lot not to want to jump over the table.
Is there any doubt in your mind that he's guilty?
He's absolutely 100% guilty, but this delay process that he's trying to do and pick apart scenes bit by bit and fraction by fraction is not going to help him whatsoever.
What do you think? I mean, just based on the questions that he asked you today, what do you think his defense is? It's very unclear at this point.
His defense isn't unclear to me. His defense is delay and confused. That's all he's doing. He's trying to use what was first said to me right after a traumatic event happened, to where at that point, which all my thoughts were jumbled when I was giving my statements to the detectives. I still had a lot of stuff going through my head at that point in time when I was talking to those detectives. And I think he tried to take advantage of that and realized that he couldn't.
When you encountered him by the SUV with Erica and Corey, what was going through your mind then? Was it a scary situation just for you being in his presence?
No, it wasn't scary for me being in his presence. I've faced guys like him before in my life. I was more worried about Erica. I was more worried about Corey. I never for a second thought that this man would drive down a parade route. All I told him was, you need to leave. The police have been called. You need to get out of here. And like I told Court TV, and like I will tell everyone till the day I die, to everyone who is suffering from this, I feel like this is my fault because I told him he needed to leave. I feel like he may have panicked in that moment when it was a very scary moment for him. And when he heard the sirens, he knew law enforcement was coming and he took a wrong direction. But if he ultimately did make that decision to take human life, then that's on him. The regret that I have is that I didn't do something more. I would have put my life in danger and had my life taken in order to save every single one of those people. And that's something I can't do anymore because now he's locked up.
When you said you live downtown, right? So, this was impactful to you just as a resident of Waukesha.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Man, that's rough. That is rough. And as you can see, there's plenty of other videos here of Darrell Brooks doing what Darrell Brooks does, which is being a complete asshat. I don't know who his first witness was. I think it was one of the witnesses they were able to leave on stand because he was on the witness list, was one of the officers. So you have to check on that one. But yeah, so that was Nick, and he did a really good job, I feel, of basically pushing back. He wasn't taking it. He said, every time he would try to throw, he said, you, Y-O-U, Y-E-S spells, yes, it was you, Darrell Brooks, definitely you. I gave you my answer, and I'm sure it's in here right here. You know what I mean? Yeah, we got Let me do this real fast. I'm going to pull you through here, and we will. Here we go. We're not going to watch his entire testimony, but this is man. This is okay. Watch the last minute or two of this. This is it's about 4. Actually, it's a couple hours. Sorry, my bad. I was looking at it wrong. But this is the tail end of the testimony with Nicholas Kirby early today. And we'll just watch from right here. This will be our jump point. And keep in mind, this is previously recorded, so this was not live.
Red SUV. Up until this point, knowing Miss Patterson, I didn't know anything about the father of her child. I didn't know anything about his background except for what she showed me over the phone. Anything about his vehicle description.
Juan Marquez was the first
Why
one.
would she need to tell me that?
Is it fair to say that the video doesn't show you walking past any?
Thank you, Veronica.
SUV?
If the video,
is that fair to say?
If the video proves that, then yes.
I like what he says right here. I think this is where he snaps off on him a little bit. Yeah, Veronica, thank you.
In the report that was taken from you by detective. Do you yourself recall stating that?
Forget names.
The alleged defendant tried to punch and push you?
The alleged defendant being you? Yes. Attempted to.
Would it be fair to say from the video that it doesn't show you being pushed or?
No, it does not. It shows me pulling 2 women away from the situation.
Any reason why you would state to detectives that the alleged defendant attempted to punch and push you?
Probably because there were 3 different people's fists flying, and I was just trying to get the people that I cared about out of the way of danger. So if my statement to the detective is off a little bit after watching a bunch of people get run over, I can understand why.
So you were at the parade that day?
I was not at the parade that day. I was in the area.
So
trying to get back to my house.
So how can you watch people being run over if you weren't at the parade that day?
I wasn't attending the parade.
You guys are clowning stuff.
In the area that the parade route was in. My street is the parade route.
Did you see anyone injured that day?
During
the parade?
Yes, after I walked back through that area.
You saw someone get injured?
I saw a red SUV take off like a bat out of hell down Main Street and go through a crowd of people.
The question was, did you see this take place?
With my own freaking eyes, yes. How many times do I have to say yes for you to understand it? YES spells yes.
See, the court reporter even is like, "Oh,
sorry, Your Honor, I don't know.
I don't even know how to respond to that."
Moving to strike the last
I don't even know.
response.
I don't even know. He's being so combative. I don't
The
even
jury
know.
will
What do I do?
disregard the last
He's
response. And
so
I'm just
rude.
gonna remind
So-
both of
so
you,
combative.
please
What- how
answer the
argumentative
questions
can
that
someone
are
be?
asked. Follow-up needs to take place. Either Mr. Brooks or the state will ask.
This guy, man, what a what
Is
a
it-
what a clown.
Is it fair to, well, in reference to the Exhibit 3 video that we just viewed?
You're talking about the one by the elementary school.
Clarify
Yeah,
for him.
the one,
Okay.
the one that we just viewed,
Just checking.
which would be Exhibit 3. Is it fair to say from that vehicle, got me
Video.
I'm sorry. From that video,
Yes.
is it fair to say from that video that in fact there are not 3 people throwing punches? Would that be fair to say?
There are 3 people throwing hands in that video: Erica, Corey, and Mr. Brooks. Not myself.
There you go.
If you watch the video, you will see 3 pairs of hands go up towards one another. Whether one is stepping in to pull someone away from another or not, hands are being brought up.
There you go. Yeah, I don't have his phone number. But yeah, I definitely would love to talk to Nick. I'll try to reach out. I mean, we'll see if I can. If anybody has contact or knows anybody, put him in touch. Let's get him. We tried calling Darrell Brooks' mom, but didn't get an answer. So maybe we'll try that again.
Do you recall where you went after that altercation?
You mean where me and the 2 girls went? Where me and Miss Patterson and Miss Corey went?
Where you and
we started.
2 friends went. Yes.
We started walking back. We turned to walk back the direction we had came, so taking White Rock to Main Street, and then cutting through the neighborhood there to get over to where the women's shelter was. That was where we were going at that point in time. However, things took a drastic turn when the red SUV that I have described multiple times went down the opposite direction of White Rock Avenue, across the railroad tracks and the intersection of Perkins and White Rock, and then turned back around and came back down. That is what you saw in the video here when the red vehicle pulled up on the school side of White Rock.
His mom doesn't think he should have been let out of jail
altercation
after he ran over his
between
girlfriend.
Miss Patterson, Mr. Brooks, Miss Corey, and myself. The 3 of us, Miss Patterson, Miss Corey, we started to leave. I told Mr. Brooks, you need to get out of here. The police have been called. You need to leave. You need to leave now. You do not belong here. I did not expect.
Can you strike everything that's not pertaining to the question that was asked?
Actually, I'm just describing the entire event in its entirety.
I understand.
He's doing absolutely everything that Darrell Brooks has done. The exact same thing. Like, I'll just keep
strike
talking
the
because
response as being non-responsive to the
you asked
question.
me
The
a
jury
question.
is to disregard
Here's your
it.
answer.
Re-ask your question again.
Okay. Do you recall where you and your 2 female friends went after the altercation?
We started to head back in the direction of the women's shelter where they lived, where they were staying at the time.
Do you recall at any point during your
I seriously, up until this
travels
interview,
to
had
the
no idea
women's
this person
shelter,
right
as you
here
referred to it?
was here at all.
Do you recall
This
at
entire
any time coming into contact with another law enforcement officer?
Just saying.
Within that point in time, no.
Yeah, that's
Except for
wild.
the one that pulled out of Frame Park.
Do you recall at any time being stopped by a law enforcement officer on your way back to the women's shelter?
We were stopped partway down White Rock, and that was when I had told the officer, because he wouldn't get out of his SUV, I had let him know that they need to be on the lookout for a red SUV that took off back down White Rock towards Perkins Avenue, or street or road, whatever it is. The officer had asked me if there was someone with a knife, and that was when I held up my left hand, and I said no. I said I have 12 stitches from a knife injury on this hand, but this is what you need to be looking for, is this red SUV. And I'm guessing that's where the miscommunication of the knife came in, and I don't know where that officer went after that.
Boom. That's about as thorough as it gets.
Would it be fair to say that that was the second law enforcement officer that you had spoke with that day at that time?
That was opening statement. Yeah, let me do that, you guys. I'm going to go ahead
You are
and
referring
show
to
you.
November 21st.
So
correct.
I'm going to show you the end of this interview real quick, because really the way he wraps it is everything about what we hate about this Darrell Brooks clown. We're gonna skip through. Sorry. Even the
altercation or sometime after, or
No, I took the girls back to the shelter, and then I started running back towards Main Street to try and see if I could avoid the parade traffic. And that's when I saw the red SUV go down Main Street.
I object to your answer. That did not help me in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, he's trying to be a fair to say meme. Yeah, absolutely. And I believe
she like hurt her finger. Or...
We're going to move past. Okay, so right here, the way he ends this is all the reason.
Questions.
Watch this. This blows my mind.
Before I decide whether to do cross at this time, how long do you believe it will be?
0 minutes because I have no cross.
All right, thank you. And you can step down.
Watch.
And we're going to take a break.
Look at him eyeballing Nicholas.
I'll rise for the jury. Let me excuse the jury for a second.
They asked the jury. This guy, man. I mean, I love the way he handled Darrell Brooks. Was like, no, how many times do I have to tell you, man? Like, yes. You know what I mean? Like he said, it's you. That's it. That's all there is to it. You know, like, look at him. He's laughing at Nicholas Kirby right now. This is a raging piece of shit, this guy. It's hard to look at him because don't you want everything in you wants to like.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. You
crack him
may,
off.
Sit down, sir. And I presume he may be released from his subpoena, Mr. Brooks. You're done questioning him?
Yeah.
All right, you are released from your subpoena, sir. All right, let's take about a 15-minute break. Anything we need to address prior to that, or no, when we come back?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Brooks, work with the state, please, for the next witness we have.
So, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This guy right here, man, and he's just laughing in the face of these witnesses, and just the worst kind of human being, man. The worst kind of human being. And this is coming off the wings of his oh so emotional opening statement, which I'm going to let ride. And at the end of this, we'll probably cut it for the night and let everyone get to their evenings. But I hope this is the beginning of his statement and it plays it through its entirety. Here we go. All right, so this is Darrell Brooks' opening statement, you guys. I'm going to leave you with this. It goes on for like 10, 15 minutes, well, 12, 13 minutes. But it definitely, if you want to see his opening statement, this is definitely the one to watch, or any opening statement, because this is Darrell Brooks' opening statement to the court when it came down to his opportunity to finally make his grandiose moment. This was how he did it. So.
Obviously, I don't have any rehearsed or well-prepared speech, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. I would just like to first say that I want to bring to remembrance something I think everyone in this room has been taught pretty much as far back as we can remember, is that there's always two sides to every story. And for so long now, roughly a year, there's only truly been one side told of this story. And I've sat back and watched from countless narratives that's been put out there, the way this incident has been portrayed at times. And finally, everyone getting a chance to get the full story. You won't hear me try to argue facts. The fact is that this incident was tragic, very tragic. That's not lost on me. Facts are that there's still a lot of people healing, a lot of families healing on both sides. And when I'm confident that the evidence will show, sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. When I'm confident that the evidence will show is that this incident was not planned. This incident was not intentional. And this incident was never even thought about.
Precisely. You didn't think. You just did what you did, not giving a shit.
It's easy to I'm sorry. Just need a second.
And here come the fake tears. Jeez. Just right in the kisser. Look at the lights. That'll help you tear up. That's a old Hollywood trick right there.
I think it's
I think Lao Sang said, I'll start quoting the Bible.
It's easy to look at the magnitude of something like this and form opinions.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's easy to disregard a lot of factors. And I think in reference to what I stated earlier, it's easy to forget the other side of the coin.
That's the other side of the coin.
A lot of suffering involved in this incident. A lot. Obviously, with the families, with the community, and
looks like one of those orcs from Lord of the Rings.
even the alleged defendant's family as well. There's been a lot of suffering.
You know, I partnered with Land's End to help make the world a more comfortable place for everyone. As a part,
A lot of misunderstanding. And I just want you to keep in mind everything that will be presented in its totality. Keep in mind. The power that you have. I believe that should escape your knowledge. This has been a long process for everybody.
Has it now? Tell us about everybody's process that they've been going through to deal with what you did. Tell us about the process. Tell us what grieving looks like. Let us know. You tell us what that looks like. What real sadness looks like.
What I believe is
other than what this fake act is.
When it's time for you to make your decision, all of you, I believe that, and I pray that it's the right decision. That all the factors are weighed.
For it escape your knowledge, that's right. For the show, Renee, for the show. The mask came off so we could really showcase how sad he is. That sad face. He's got to put on the sad sack face.
There's
I mean,
been a lot of words thrown out there.
Yep.
About the alleged.
You.
A lot of speculation, a lot of ridicule. Words like demon. Words like monster.
I don't care if it makes me look bad. This guy.
No, it's mask on.
It's to hide my shame.
I've had my reasons for that.
God, anytime else.
Now is the time it's important that you see before who I am. No mask.
100% both.
I am. I think this is the moment for that.
I wish I had Academy Award music, man. I'd play it, definitely. They just like pull him off stage. Sit your ass down, dude.
I pray that your
Tell us what you pray for.
your eyes and ears remain as open as possible.
We're all hearing to the point of nauseum all the nonsense that you keep spitting. So yeah, the ears are open, buddy.
I understand that you alone decide this case, this matter.
Yep. And underneath this suit, I am a man, and underneath the man, you find his nucleus, and in that nucleus, you find
Power
bullshit.
is in your hands, all of you.
So insensitive.
For yourselves what truth is.
Sorry about that, guys. It's again, I didn't have the downloaded version to play for you, so there's the last few seconds of. Oh man, and then here's the thing: this poor fella had it so bad that he was crying so hard into his Bible after his opening statement that they had to release the jury for a little while to give him time to gather himself so he could better collect
We have
his
their
thoughts.
writing materials available.
Look at this. You know, it's funny, people. Any other
All right.
time, I'd be like, God, I am
Thank
a
you.
world-class piece of crap.
Mr. Brooks, you ready to call your first? Would be your second witness. Actually.
Look at it. Wait for it. Here we go. I can't speak. I don't know how anybody could take this guy
You
serious.
need a minute.
Yeah, I do. There's no level of sympathy that I have for this individual. Get him in contempt. They didn't get him in contempt. Well, I'm going to talk to some folks about it. I'm going to try to get an attorney on tomorrow, and we'll have some time to really pick the brain of. Anyway, they end up releasing the jury because they need to give the jury give him time to collect himself. And at this point, it is what it is. You know, he's an asshat that did a monstrous thing. He knows that. He knows he's cooked. He knows there's no opportunity for him to walk out of this, and he's acknowledging the full weight of that as he sits here. He's had every opportunity to be repentant, if you want to go ahead, and he prayed. He said, you know, between you and God and blah, whatever he wants to do in the faith that he carries, whatever that might be. He's had every chance to be repentant. He's had every chance to be apologetic. He's had every opportunity to just say, I am sorry for what I did. Please, God, let whatever happens to me give closure and peace to the people that I hurt. And then, like he said, it's up to the jury. He got 12 people that are sitting there going to decide his fate. And it's what it is. You know, it's pretty much decided. So that was Darrell Brooks' opening statement. You guys, we got a lot more to look forward to tomorrow. There's a lot happening. We got, he's going to continue his case. He's got a handful of witnesses he's going to call, including his surprise laugh witness. We don't know who that is. Apparently, it's probably Miss Patterson, which he said, no, you guys don't know my mind. It's not even her. Ha ha. I'm going to switch it up on him. So whoever she is, that's not it, which it'll probably be. But who cares? It's basically another witness who's going to have to deal with being re-victimized by this POS. So you guys set up notifications. Thank you so much, everybody, for the stars and for the super chats. And for the subscribers that came through, set alerts up. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe on Facebook or YouTube. Let's make sure that we get as many of you back in here tomorrow as possible. We'll be starting tomorrow morning. I believe I'll check the court docket, but I believe it's going to start at 9 a.m. They ended a little bit early tonight, right on time, so we'll see. But it'll usually about 8:30. So set your clocks for 8:30. And if you're just listening, you guys, to the commentary, you're not watching, that's cool too. But I really appreciate everyone being here and for jumping in, sharing the stream. If all you can do is share the stream, that's the best way to contribute. Find groups that you're a part of and share it out. It's an important case, and it's important for us to get the word out, get some closure on this, and get some peace and healing for all the folks that are affected by this. So I truly do appreciate all of you for being in here with me today. Have a good night. And I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Salutations.